I declare the council meeting open at 6 p.m. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on Wajak Noongar Budja, and I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we thank you for blessing our city, our community and our council. Guide us all in our decision-making to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity, wisdom and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all, and guide all of the city's people and many families to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Please note that the audio-visual proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of the proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. We have apologies and leave of absence. Councillor Nguyen is an apology and Councillor Berry is an apology as well. We have a request from Councillor Berry for a leave of absence from the 8th of July to the 7th of October. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Moved Deputy Mayor Rose, seconded Councillor Moore. Councillors, could you please cast your vote for this? And that is passed unanimously as we have 2 absences from the chamber this evening. We now go to item 3 of the agenda, public question time. The following general rules apply to public question and statement time. Public questions and statements should only relate to the business of the local government and should not be a personal statement or opinion. Only questions relating to matters affecting the local government will be considered at a council meeting, and only questions that relate to the purpose of the meeting will be considered at a special council meeting. Questions may be taken on notice and responded to after the meeting. Questions may not be directed at specific council members or a city employee. Questions are not to be framed in such a way as to reflect adversely on a particular council member or a city employee. First priority will be given to persons who are asking questions relating to items on the current council meeting agenda, and second priority will be given to public statements. Only public statements regarding items on the council agenda under consideration will be heard. Each person seeking to ask questions or make a statement may address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes each. And on the public question time register, I have Rocco Carazzolo, and he hasn't got an item. He's from Marangaroo. Carlo, if you'd like to take the podium and give us your statement, but could you please tell us which item on the agenda that your statement relates to? Thank you.
It's about the petition for the Our Lady of Mercy Catholic Church footpath.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Tonight, a petition will be tabled at Council requesting improvements to verge maintenance along the footpath of Patrick Court, Girraween. This public footpath runs alongside the front entrance of Our Lady of Mercy Catholic Church. Most people use this public footpath as it is a direct way to the library, senior centre, Girraween Hub, Kenyon Community Hall and Hudson Park Primary School. I'm speaking in support of the petition tonight because I'm not sure I will be able to attend the council meeting in person when the report is voted on. I have travel planned in coming months. I'm a volunteer at the church in the maintenance team, and we work hard to ensure the church grounds are tidy, well-maintained and inviting to visitors. Unfortunately, from the council side, weeds grow and extend under the fence onto the church land, and it creates significant challenges to the maintenance volunteers. We initially requested the city increase the width of the footpath This would allow better and safer access to pedestrians and mobility scooters. I have 2 replies from different departments of the City of Wanneroo saying enough money was spent, referring to the newer footpath on the north side of Patrick Court. On the website of the Department of Transport, it states that they are funding those footpath programs. No one was willing to meet at the church grounds. This newer footpath is hardly being used by pedestrians, and it is already cracked. The matrix numbers do not add up or deal with the weed challenges coming onto the church grounds. The soil beneath the weeds is washing away, making it not safe for public use. As local residents, we have submitted a petition requesting an improved level of urgent maintenance to reduce the weeds and obstruction on the footpath connecting to the church land. We have also asked for the footpath extension request to be revisited. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr Carrizzolo. And your statement is noted. Thank you. We now have Michelle Kwok. If you'd like to take the podium about item PSO 30724, she has a question and a statement to make. Thank you. Please give us your name and the suburb you live in. Michelle, thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Kwok, Ocean Reef. Mayor, Councillors, Kaya, I just have a question relating to the rezoning of Woodvale locality from rural to urban development. Is it correct to assume that the city is no longer a decision maker in the matter after it has gone out for advertising? Mr Bowring?
Sorry, I missed the question. I'm sorry about that.
Ms Kwok, would you please repeat your question?
Could you add the time to it, please? Is it correct to assume that the city is no longer a decision maker in the matter after it has gone out for advertising?
Mr Bowring.
That's the final decision maker on any scheme amendment or structure plan is the West Australian Planning Commission. The council makes recommendations to the West Australian Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Ms Kwok, do you have another question?
A statement, please.
Okay, if you would like to make your statement now.
Yes. At tonight's meeting, the Council's considering initiating amendment number 215 to the district planning scheme in Woodvale adjacent to the regional park. This amendment, once it progresses, allows a developer to submit a structure plan for land uses of the site. A decision whether to approve or refuse a structure plan is made by the Western Australian Planning Commission. When an application for a structure plan is made, the City of Wanneroo is not the decision maker, but only provides a report and a recommendation on the application. The proponent for the development of the site has provided an indicative concept structure plan, and according to the Wanneroo agenda, he intends to make an application to be considered after the scheme amendment progresses. As a ratepayer of the City of Wanneroo, I'm very concerned by the loss of control that occurs if the council initiates the amendment. Due to the complexities of the site, I think it is inappropriate for development of the site to be guided by developer-led structure plan. The site is adjacent to significant environmental reserves in Yellowgonga Regional Park, which is a significant historical location for Indigenous people, and a heritage location at Cockman House, the oldest house in the city. Additionally, the land use proposed is higher density than the surrounds. The traffic impacts are going to affect significantly residents on Woodvale Drive. If the council wants to have a different outcome on the site, compared to what the developer has suggested in their concept structure plan, then the city must create their own structure plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Kwok. I have Susan Apps who would like to come and make a statement. Susan, I would like to know which item you're making a statement about on the agenda.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. Item PSO 307/24.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name's Suzanne Apps. I actually live in Woodvale. I'm here on the City of Joondalup side. I'm here addressing you on behalf of the Woodvale residents as a whole, in particular those who live on Woodvale Drive, in relation to the scheme amendment that you are considering tonight. Recently, there was a scheme amendment on Woodvale Drive, not dissimilar to what you are considering now, an inconsistent rural lot. The Woodvale community learnt a lot from this process and how it actually works in reality. At the initiation, the community were told to wait till consultation to have their say, which they did. With 189 opposing and 2 in support, there was no changes to the application. That scheme amendment is now at the West Australian Planning Commission. Thankfully, an R30 zoning was attached to the application by the City of Joondalup, which in hindsight we can now see will ensure some protection against any overdevelopment. This was a higher coding than hoped, but a damn sight better than the R160 in the proposed example before you. It is disappointing the community has no further say on the actual structure plan details because it is led by the developer directly with the West Australian Planning Commission. So there is no further input on the main crucial aspects that concern the community. The City of Joondalup was asked if they could prepare a structure plan. The response was if the site was deemed complex enough, then yes, it might be appropriate. That scheme was considered basic, with few stakeholders. The one before you tonight is not. It's most definitely complex. What we can learn from this example is that, yes, the City of Wanneroo could enact their own structure plan and that the community are without a voice when the scheme is sent off to the West Australian Planning Commission. The TIA attached to the application provides a positive assessment, but that is based on having traffic lights at Wanneroo Road and a no right turn ban. The admin advised that the no right turn is not supported and traffic lights would need to be approved by main roads. The positive report is thus given on a conditional basis from a third party, which hasn't been met yet. This community reference group was convened during the planning stage of the $74 million Ocean Reef overpass. During those meetings, Woodvale Drive residents were advised that traffic lights would not be installed on the Wanneroo Road and there would only be a 10% increase in traffic numbers. The TAA concluded that the suggested structure plan from the developer will require Woodvale Drive to be upgraded to a distributed B road, akin to Hodges Drive in the City of Joondalup or Flynn Drive in the City of Wanneroo. Upgrading Woodvale Drive would be totally devastating for the residents, grossly unfair and inequitable, hence why the community eagerly came out in force this past weekend to sign the near 450-strong petition seeking to halt the scheme and ask the City to take control of the structure plan. Changes are inevitable. But
Ms Apps, I'm afraid you've had 3 minutes and you have 3 minutes for your deputation time. I'm sorry. Thank you. Martin Murphy from Woodvale, would you like to come and take the podium? And could you please advise which item on the agenda you're speaking to this evening? Thank you.
PS 03-07/24. Thank you. Martin Murphy. I'm a resident of Woodvale Drive up near the Wanneroo Road end. Lived there for just over 3 years. In that time, we've been very concerned about the traffic volume and speed, along with the safety aspect on this particular stretch of road. I've seen lots of near misses of recorded speeding, recorded crashes, which I've given to the police. I've actually raised this issue with Wanneroo staff and councillors, and we've been advised that the council was seriously reviewing the traffic calming solutions. The road, I think, exceeds its volume, which I think is about 7,000 cars a day. I think we're around 8,000 plus now. So is the council still considering a potential rezoning from rural to urban and a commercial development in the area, along with a possible widening of Woodvale Drive from Wanneroo Road all the way through to Trappers? I took part in the recent petition, talking to many of the residents who wanted to sign the petition, who are very, very concerned about this new development, the widening of the road, and the additional traffic it's going to attract. I guess, can council assure the Woodvale residents that due diligence and public consultation would take place prior to any plans being agreed or set in motion? And lastly, I guess we'd ask for the motion to be deferred until we have more consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Murphy. Mr Bowring, would you like to respond to that question?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. The process requires public consultation if the amendment is initiated. The decision tonight for councillors to decide whether or not to initiate Amendment 215. If that does occur, then public consultation would commence at some point after that, prior to it coming back to council for a recommendation on Amendment 215 being forwarded to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Does that answer your question, Mr Murphy?
Partly it does. So I guess thank you for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Murphy. I have Mr Daniel Kingston, who could you please come to the podium to ask your question and make your statement, and tell us which item on the agenda you are speaking to, because it's not on this public question time register.
Oh, thank you. My name is Daniel Kingston. I'm a councillor of the City of Joondalup. I live in the suburb of Edgewater, and I'll be speaking to PS 03/7. So first of all, I'll start off with is that many of the councillors have seen that I have a petition which I'll be tabling tonight, which is for 450 signatures. Many of those signatures are from the City of Wanneroo, and many of the remainder of that number are also from the City of Joondalup, from impacted residents. What is being requested tonight by the residents that have signed this petition, in a fundamental sense, is a distinction between leadership, or the council being led. So under the planning scheme regulations, that's the local planning scheme regulations that are attached to the Planning and Development Act, the council, first of all, if a scheme amendment is commenced, is not the final decision maker. The planning commission is. Now, the scheme amendment before you tonight is in itself fairly uncontroversial. To shift aside from rural to urban development is not complicated. In many ways, it's consistent with the surrounding area. The concern is that as soon as that amendment progresses, progresses, that the developer or proponent for the site can make an application for a structure plan. At that process, the local government must consider the application. It's not a matter of choice. And as far as considering the application, the local government doesn't become the decision maker. It only makes a recommendation and provides a report to the commission. Yes, there is public consultation, but at that stage, it's almost too late. The decision will be made by the Planning Commission on the application that is submitted. So what is being suggested tonight is that the council defers the decision and then investigates the possibility of creating their own structure plan to lead the development in the site. That way, the concerns which has been raised by the residents, especially in Woodvale, is that the uses that are being proposed by the developer are going to significantly increase the traffic on the site. An additional 6,500 cars is not a small change. It's very, very large. To go to 15,000 traffic movements on Woodvale Drive is akin to some of the major roads in Woodvale and would be one of the highest density roads in Joondalup. So these decisions, for those people that live on Woodvale Road, which is a residential road, it's life-changing. To all of a sudden, what would be then required if these uses are then further considered by the Planning Commission and then approved? It might require, to accommodate the traffic movements, it will require widening of the road and significant expenditure. So once again, the choice is, if the council initiates the scheme amendment, then it means that, once again, you're out of control of that decision. The only thing you are in control of is the timing when you initiate scheme amendments. So if you have a structure plan that you create that's ready to go, you can lead with that and determine how the site should be laid out and then put that yourselves to the Planning Commission. If tonight you decide to...
Thank you, Mr Kingston. You've had 3 minutes. Thank you.
Shall I leave the petition here? Is that suitable?
You will have to formally present the petition
Later?
now.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Mrs. Dot Newton, who has questions to ask as well. Ms. Newton, could you please just give us, confirm your name and suburb you live in and the item that you're speaking to? I'm not prepared.
My name is Dot Newton and I still live in Wanneroo, and I filled out the electronic question time form and I got the receipt, but it didn't reach your front desk out there, which is why I'm last. Thank you. I was wondering whether to change my questions to a statement, because I have 5 questions here and I think they're very relevant to your decision making tonight, otherwise I wouldn't be asking them. The public comment period that the state government did on Amendment 1419, which is exactly the same amendment as this one, was once again carried out during school holidays and Easter. I note it refers to a proponent. Is Council aware, is this the same applicant as listed in tonight's report?
Mr. Bowring?
I understand that to be the case, Your Mayor.
This report states that the application was lodged on January the 23rd this year. REWA and every other company that deals with land transactions said that the property on 900, lot 900, was sold for 5.8 million in March of this year. So my question is, who lodged the initial application in January?
Mr. Bowring?
Thank you. I don't have that detail with me at the moment, but that would be with the West Australian Planning Commission. We can check our files and provide that to Council.
And take it on notice. Thank you, Ms. Newton.
Thank you. I think that's very important that the owner at the moment didn't own it in January when the application came in. The proposed rezoning report shows ongoing plans following approval. This is all ahead of the structure plan being in place. Do the applicant seek advice prior to purchase that all these uses would be possible?
Mr. Bowring?
Thank you. The applicant certainly engaged with Council and did some due diligence of their own before the applications were submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Bowring. Ms.
Can
Newton?
I ask a small question, Mr. Bowring? The applicant engaged with administration. They didn't engage with Council. This is Council. Thank you. The attached letter to the report notes that in 2023, the city was shown a concept plan for the future commercial centre on lot 900. The previous plans did not show signalisation at Woodvale Drive. Who lodged these concept plans and why aren't they referred to in the report?
Mr. Bowring?
The proponent has prepared those plans. The plans are not relevant to the consideration of the rezoning of the land from rural to urban development.
I may need to rephrase that. The letter attached to your report is from the state government and they're the ones referring to that plan. I asked why very little lip service has been paid to the impact on the surrounds of Yellowgonga Regional Park and the wildlife it supports, and the existing residents of the city who chose to live in an area which is called Chianti Estate. There is very little in the report. Why is that not covered in the report?
Mr. Bowring?
The report covers the proposed amendment to the subject site, not to other land subject of separate applications.
In closing, I'd like to ask, has this report been presented to our council here, as it appears to be a done deal with the MRS amendment awaiting the Minister's approval? I'm really supportive of this being referred back. There is a lot of missing information here, including who owned this when the application came to administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any further comments, Mr. Bowring?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The owner of the property, the current owner of the property is listed on the cover of the report as SPG Capital Fund 10, Pty Ltd, Venthal Proprietary Limited, and Ms Hilda May Pratt are the landowners, and they are the proponents of the application.
Thank you. Heather Chester, OAM, she has a statement. If you could just tell us which item your statement relates to. Thank you, Ms Chester.
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. Along with the other people here, most of them tonight so far. P5030724. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Friends of Wollongonga Regional Park. The Friends of Wollongonga are a community conservation group formed over 30 years ago. Our group undertakes rehabilitation projects within the regional park, collaborating with all three managing agencies and stakeholders. We have 400 members residing mostly in the cities of Wanneroo and Dundebar and are actively engaged in the conservation of the regional park with the aim of long-term environmental sustainability and compatible human use. At tonight's meeting, I understand the Council is considering initiating amendment number 215 to the district planning scheme in Woodvale. I know you've all heard it from other speakers as well, immediately adjacent to our beautiful regional park. The park contains land which is variously classified as Class A reserves, bush forever and conservation category wetlands. We have significant concerns concerning the ability to officially manage the likely negative impact on the wetlands of any high-intensity development. Tonight's proposed amendment, once it progresses, once again I feel like I'm repeating what everybody else has said, will then allow a developer to submit a structure plan for land usage of the site. The developer had indicated apparently that they're intending to make application for the land to be a mixed use of R160 zoning, which could be a 4 or 5-storey building, service commercial and commercial. These uses are of a higher intensity than any other surrounding developments, and we believe these uses are wholly inappropriate for a site which is within 17 to 50 metres of the wetland boundary along Ancestor Retreat. State Planning Policy 2.5 requires a consistent buffer of at least 50 metres. People have already mentioned about the traffic. So I won't labour that again, but over a 4-month period, 28 kangaroos have been killed by vehicle strike on Woodvale Drive and Duffy Terrace. I'd hate to think there's going to be more. Due to this development being in a very sensitive location adjacent to the regional park and its likely environmental impact, Mayor Aitken and councillors, as other people have asked, could you please defer this item for councillor and staff to spend time to develop your own suitable structure plan? And I thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chester. We also have Mr Dan Briggs. I presume you want to speak on PS 03724. If you could just give us the suburb you live in and the item you're speaking to. Thank you, Mr Briggs.
Yeah, sorry about that. Dan Briggs here. Yeah, same as one of the other guest speakers here. The electronic version of the question didn't go through, so apologies for that. But lucky I took a screenshot, and it is in relevance to the Woodvale Drive traffic flow. So the question is, in reference to figure A6, which is titled Existing 2022 Daily Traffic, it's noted that 85% of the 7,570 vehicles per day on Woodvale Drive at Wanneroo Road travelled to and from Wanneroo Road North, which indicates to me that the road's being virtually used as a servicing road for non-local traffic users. So with traffic likely to increase by the estimated 3,000 to 6,500 trips per day, dependent on the mix of residential and commercial development to lots 26, 803 and 900 on Woodvale Drive, could someone please speak to how Wanneroo Road can be used more appropriately as the primary distributor road for Wanneroo North residents to access the west side of Woodvale Drive via the Whitfords Avenue and Woodvale Drive intersections? The right-hand turns into Woodvale Drive aren't working as they probably should going forward with the proposal for these lots, and if we can find a way to minimise the cost of the expenditure of traffic lights and traffic signals, I think it'd go a long way. So if someone can speak to that, that'd be fantastic. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr Briggs. Mr Bowring or Mr Singh, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The Woodville Drive is part of the overall road network in and around that area. When it was developed, it is one of the connector roads connecting both North-South Road, being Wanneroo Road, and Trappers Drive to the west. So closing that road, denying access probably won't be possible without understanding the overall road network issues in the whole area.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Do you have any other questions, Mr Briggs?
Probably just more of a statement. I think that looking through the diagrams and the data that's being collected, there's some data in there from the new McDonald's area that's been put on there at the corner of Whitfords Avenue and Trappers Drive, that the last traffic measurement was taken in 2018. So I think there's a bit of due diligence that needs to happen to see what this actual development site isn't just going to do is going to do for the northern part of Woodvale Drive, but also for the whole network of traffic that runs through to the western end of Woodvale Drive, but also at the intersection of that Whitfords Trappers intersection as well. So I think, I'd like to think that the City of Joondalup, the City of Wanneroo, and also Main Roads are working together to make sure that the best traffic flow for all residents around the northern suburbs is taken into account. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr Briggs. Are there any others in the gallery that would like to ask a question this evening? Yes, Rebecca Pizzey, if you'd like to come and take the stage and give us your name and the suburb you live in. Thank you.
Is it okay to make a statement rather than ask a question?
Yes.
My name's Rebecca Pizzey. I'm in Woodvale, and it's to do with the Woodvale Drive issue being thought about tonight. All right, I've spoken to many of the councillors here tonight already because I'm the councillor for that ward in City of Joondalup. I'm not going to go through all the concerns because you've heard all of them. I'm just here to speak on behalf of people on Woodvale Drive. It's other than the fact that we've got the very protected bushland areas, we also have schools coming off that road. It's very heavy traffic already, and I think it's remiss for council to put through a plan where they won't have control over it at a later time. I know City of Wanneroo do a lot of plans already. You have a lot of land, but I think this one needs a bit of a closer look at than what you normally would. And I think it's good to work with your neighbouring councils and make sure that when we're putting in these plans that will affect us so significantly in the City of Joondalup that it's really thought of very considerably, and hopefully the two councils talk about this together. And I don't think this has occurred at this point, and I think it would be better for this to go back and rethought of so that what the Planning Commission get is a bit more controlled and more appropriate for the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Pizzey. And the lady at the back there, if you would like to come down and give us your name and the suburb you live in, please.
Hi, my name's Christine. I actually live on Woodvale Drive. I live on 158 Woodvale Drive, which is on the corner of Timber Lane Park. My concern is, and it's always been an issue, that the speed down there, especially in the wet around roundabouts. So I've always thought that even before this came about, that there would be some traffic management to slow the traffic. It is the 50 zone. And if you wanted to put some speed cameras down there, you'd see that a lot of people doing 60 to 70 k's an hour, even more. And my also concern is I've noticed that on school days between 3 and 4 o'clock, so I'm at the end by Timber Lane, it is full of cars from the school backed up to Trappers Drive. So if you're going to increase the residential and commercial density, we're going to have backups both sides, and none of the residents on their driveway are going to struggle to get out to go to their normal day business. totally understand for the schools, but every day I've got double glazing on the front of my windows because it's getting that noisy. And you know, I love the suburb. It's such a community suburb, but it breaks my heart to think that I'm going to have to sell if this goes ahead, because I can't cope with any more traffic on that road, to be honest. It's too much, and it's a drive. It's not a highway, but that's how it feels. It feels like a highway. And opening it up to Wanneroo Road, where you've put that new Ocean Reef, it's caused more chaos. It is a cut through for trucks. I did the petition. I had a truckie told me, I'm not signing it because that's the road I go down every day for my job. You know, and it's heartbreaking because it is Yellowgonga. It's a beautiful park. We go for lots of walks, but you're going to destroy a suburb. You're going to destroy. Woodvale is for wood, and you see the trees. It's beautiful. It's an uncanny suburb, and you know, it's not one of the new suburbs with no trees, nothing, bare, and that's why we pay the money to live there, because of the community and what it brings to us, the parks. So please do not put this in, please.
Thank you, Christy. Could I have your surname, please?
Eckley, E-C-K-L-E-Y.
Thank you. Any other questions from the chamber, please? If there are no other questions, that closes public statement and question time. We now go to item 4, which is confirmation of minutes. Could I have a mover and seconder to confirm the minutes of SCO 1 724, the minutes of the special council meeting held on the 17th of June 24, and OCO 1 724, minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 8th of June 24. Do I have a mover and seconder? Moved Councillor Parker, seconded Councillor Seif. Councillors, could you please cast your vote? And they are passed unanimously. Item 5, announcements by the Mayor without discussion. I'd like to welcome new Director of Community and Place, Kirsty Davis, to the City of Wanneroo. Kirsty joins us from the Shire of Harvey, where she was the Director of Community and Lifestyle, and she brings to the City a wealth of local government experience, having also held roles with Walga and the Shire of Augusta, Margaret River. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank Rowan Clem, who acted as Director for the past 8 months. Your leadership, Rowan, during this period was invaluable to our team and our operations, and your efforts ensured a seamless transition and maintained the high standards of the Directorate. We are very grateful for your hard work, Rowan. Thank you. I have also received a letter from the Minister for Road Safety, the Honourable David Michael, which I will now read. Dear Mayor Aitken, thank you for your letter of the 20th of May 2024 regarding e-rideable safety in the City of Wanneroo. Educating the community on e-rideable rules is an ongoing challenge, and your feedback and proactive approach to addressing this issue in your local community is greatly appreciated. The Road Safety Commission continues to raise awareness of the safe and sensible use of e-ridables through its ongoing behaviour change initiatives, including mass media campaigns, social media marketing and community engagement activities. Recognising the need for additional education efforts, I am pleased to share with you that I have recently approved a partnership between the Road Safety Commission and West Cycle for the delivery of an e-rideable education program. The program, currently under development and set to launch in the coming months, will be delivered to high school students and aims to increase their awareness and understanding of e-rideable rules and influence them to make safe choices. Information workshops, parent group sessions and targeted social media campaigns will be included in the program to ensure it reaches wider school and local communities. I will ensure any appropriate resources developed are shared with the City for promotion through your own channels. Enforcement also plays an important role in encouraging safe and sensible use of e-ridables. Penalties for misuse of e-ridables are prescribed under e-ridable legislation, and the Western Australia Police Force is responsible for enforcement. I will pass your valued feedback on to WA Police to assist them in planning future targeted enforcement activities. Once again, thank you for taking the time to contact me regarding this issue and for your commitment to road safety. Yours sincerely, the Honourable David Michael, MLA, Minister for Road Safety. I just wanted all my councillors to hear that we got a response, which is really good, and they're working towards it. We are also proud to announce that the City has once again been widely acknowledged for our annual report. The Australasian Reporting Awards recognise the City's continued commitment to transparency and continuous improvement by awarding an 8th Gold Award for the 2022-23 annual report. The ARAs provide the benchmark for government and corporate reporting, with Gold Award winners regarded as producing model reports for other organisations to follow. This award is another great example of the City's collaborative approach across service areas, celebrating our achievements and performance over the financial year. Congratulations to everyone involved. And I have the award here. Probably not a photo. There you go. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute, we've got a photo, Nolly. Back you come. We should all photobomb, shouldn't we, like we did on the train? And I suppose there's another announcement tonight is the Yanchep rail line. Most of my councillors were there on Sunday and we were celebrating the opening of the Yanchep rail line. We're grateful to the state government for bringing that to pass, and this will benefit our community all the way from Alkimos, Eglinton and Yanchep, and it's 49 minutes now from Yanchep to Perth City. Item 6, questions from council members. Do I have any questions from council members? Yes, Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. I've got a couple, but first I would like to say I got these questions from residents, but not just the residents. Them and I are very happy about the train stations now. We are very thankful about it. The North Ward definitely needed that infrastructure there. The questions I have is actually about the train station. And the first one is at the Yanchep train station. What is the reason for the Botanic Boulevard to be constructed so narrow?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. The Botanic Boulevard is approved through the subdivision process by the West Australian Planning Commission. The design and detail of that is agreed between PTA, the City and the West Australian Planning Commission and the developer. The PTA agreed to the design of Botanic Boulevard and that was then subsequently constructed and approved by the developer.
Councillor Goodsey, do you have another question?
I do. The parking areas, the parking bays in all 3 train stations is very narrow. What is the reason for that? Because if a 4-wheel drive vehicle parks next to a vehicle, that both of those cars have an issue just to get out of their door. So what was the reason for that?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. The car parking design and the design of the station wasn't an approval of the City, it's state government approval. But I do understand that the bays meet the minimum parking bay width under the Australian standards.
Councillor Coetzee, do you have another question?
I do. Also, most of the residents were told that Splendid Avenue would connect directly to the train station. Will this still happen?
Mr Bowring.
The footpath, thank you, Madam Mayor, it's the footpaths in the connection.
No, not the footpath, the road itself.
The road itself. The road connections are still to be finalised with the further construction to occur. And other elements such as footpaths, cycle paths and things like that still to be constructed. So we are still working with ongoing construction in that area by the developers, both for Alkimos and for Yanchep.
Councillor Coetzee, have you another question?
I do. I think I've got two more. Templetonia Boulevard, when will it be finished or constructed, the link onto Marmion Avenue? When will that be done?
Mr Bowring.
The developer is currently constructing the Templetonia Boulevard and has been waiting essentially for some sewerage works to be done, which has now been completed. So they're in the process of doing that, I think, as fast as they can. I'm not sure of the exact date, but I can take that on notice.
And Councillor Coetzee, your final question?
Yes, please. Will, and if so, when will a public shared path be constructed from the Yanchep train station to Splendid Park?
Mr Bowring.
At this stage, that will be it's bonded works for the developer to complete at this stage, because they have indicated that they don't want to construct it pending other works and development occurring along the road, which would then likely damage and make a lot of the work redundant. So they have sought to bond that and set that off for a future date, pending further development occurring along the road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had 4 questions on the Woodvale item, if I can, please, just to keep debate flowing when it gets to it. Just in regards to my first question, several deputations tonight outlined the city doing a structure plan. Could I ask 2 questions? How much would this cost? And if the council chooses to do this, can it be a joint investment between the City of Joondalup and City of Wanneroo due to the location of the site and the residents it will affect?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Structure plans are a costly exercise. It requires the engagement of a range of specialist consultants, and they are generally led by and run by the landowner because they are the ones who achieve the value from the change in zoning. And that would be a decision of council and a budgetary item to make that decision. It wouldn't be an item that would be delivered out of operational budget.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, you have another question?
Thank you, Mayor. My second question in regards to the reports around the district water, environmental report and bushfire plans, as these were not provided to council but were referenced in the report, could admin please explain why these reports were not presented to assess the impact of the rezoning to urban? And if council defers this item, can the city request Main Roads provide any official correspondence on the plan and what the appetite from Main Roads is on any achievable plans for the local area or projects that they may have already budgeted for?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. The attached documents that you're referring to, the council has referred to, is would be provided and developed as part of a structure planning process. They're also part of the documentation that we would then circulate and advertise for public comment in making decisions about the ultimate land uses through the structure planning stage.
If I may, supplementary to that, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Wright.
Just on page 348, it actually says in the report, to support amendment number 215, the proponent has also provided the following information. So I understand that you've referenced it for another process later down the track, but you've actually put in the report to support this amendment that we have in front of us. The proponent has also prepared those documents to explain the changes from rural to urban development. So I'm just wanting to know why those reports were not presented, but only the traffic one was.
Mr Bowring.
The information presented in the report and attached was designed to provide council with the information around the rezoning process, which would then go out for public consultation and that information would then be circulated.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Councillor
Thank you, Mayor. Just on page 355, it mentions, and just following on from Ms Newton's question, it mentioned about the concept plans as opposed to preliminary plans, which obviously we've got in attachment 5. Was there any reason why the April 2023 concept plans were not presented to us, or I guess because that's can help us assist with the not the MRS amendment, but the scheme amendment.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. It's important to distinguish between the rezoning from urban to rural, or rural to urban rather, and the future potential development of the site. Those issues would be addressed in the assessment of a structure planning stage. So rezoning to urban doesn't require that level of information and isn't material to the consideration of the zone being changed.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. And just my last question. Attachment 6 in the agenda talks about the proposed MRS amendment transport impact statement, which I know Amendment 215 is basically almost similar to the MRS amendment, but just for our scheme. So just in regards to that, was the traffic impact assessment based on residential or commercial? Because the report seems to flip-flop between assessing the traffic conditions with residential development and then later in the report discusses about commercial.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. The report was prepared by consultants on behalf of the proponent. I can't comment on why it is written the way it is.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Miles.
I was just going to say, Mayor, do you want any questions on this particular item now, or are we going to have a discussion when we have it before us?
I'm just giving councillors the opportunity to discuss it because there was so much statements about it. Yep.
So I do have a question then.
Yes, Councillor Miles.
Thank you, Mayor. My question also is to Mr Bowring. And because the report does reflect, the amendment report does reflect the traffic issues of Woodvale Drive and what they may be in the future, should that assessment not be used as part of assessing it to go from rural to urban zone at the same time?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. The traffic report was included to provide that context of what the proponent is seeking to do in terms of their future plans for the site. However, for the actual purpose of addressing the proposed amendment, there is no change in the land use at this stage, so there is no change in traffic by simply rezoning it to urban development under Scheme 2. Again, those matters would be dealt with through the structure planning process.
Thank you. Councillor Herry, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a number of questions as well myself, so if you don't mind just going through it now rather than later. In no particular order, and I have given Mr Bowring a heads up, so we'll try and nail this together just for everybody that's come tonight. Thank you for coming out. It's awesome to see the support for both sides, Wanneroo and Joondalup. Okay, the first one was, I just wanted to confirm that this item is to approve initiating an amendment to the district planning scheme for the purpose of advertising as required by the planning legislation.
Mr Bowring.
Yes, this item's only for Council to consider initiating Amendment 215. If approved, the matter will then proceed to formal consultation before being reported back to Council for a recommendation to then be made to the Minister.
Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I've spoken to a number of locals as well as quite a number of us, and we've actually heard tonight how disappointed they are. They've not known about this proposal until now. Is there a reason why the stakeholders haven't been consulted yet?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. If the amendment is initiated, Council will then, and the City will then follow the process required for a complex scheme amendment and then seek to commence public consultation following consent from both the Planning Commission and the EPA. So the next step is the public consultation phase.
Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm assuming then City of Joondalup will be brought in line and they'll be able to get in on the discussion as well?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. Absolutely.
Councillor Herridge, you have another question?
Yes, I do, thank you. We all know that the landowner has a right to develop their land. Council roles to ensure that the development is done within the planning framework. From the maps that we were provided in the report as well, it looks to be across 3 separate land parcels, and I just wanted to confirm if they're all owned by one landowner. I believe there is a lot 26 that's owned separately, and I just wanted to ensure that this person was aware of what was on the table.
Mr Bowring?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we've certainly made sure that the owner of that property is aware and is aware of the meeting tonight.
Councillor Herridge, you have another question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The report states that we have a complex amendment, which I believe, and I use as a simple term, is an ad hoc development. Basically, development needs to actually prove its viability to the infrastructure and the surrounding uses that are already there. As an example, if a neighbourhood centre was to be proposed for this site, then the potential retail impact on neighbouring centres need to actually be considered. In going back through the report, I noted on page 363 of the agenda that Woodvale Village had actually been left out of that neighbouring precinct. I'm sure Kingsway Shopping Centre would also fall within a range. Is that actually something that will be taken into consideration?
Mr Bowring?
Thank you, Mayor. The map on page 363 of the agenda was produced by the applicant's traffic consultant and is attached to their traffic impact statement. It wasn't produced by the city. However, the retail impact of a proposed new centre will be considered at the structure planning stage, which follows rezoning of land to urban development in DPS2.
Thank you. Councillor Herridge, you have another question?
Yes, just another 2, or maybe 3, thank you, Mayor. This is a predominant issue with the amendment that's obviously the potential impact on traffic and the widening of the existing road in Woodvale Drive. When preparing for redevelopment and to the level that the proponent is seeking for the road network, they need to upgrade to what is already there and not what could be. Is that correct?
Mr Bowring?
Thank you. Yes, they've got to work. That steps through at the structure planning stage when we work through what the implications are for any change subsequent to the land use changing, and that would be go through at the structure planning stage and at the development application subdivision stages as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Herridge.
Just subsequent, thank you, Mayor. I know this is probably preempting a couple of stages down the road, down the track. To actually widen a road to make something of Woodvale Drive's level to a Hepburn Avenue size, we'd have to assume land. That's a large ask. Is that something that a proponent can actually ask us to do for a development?
Mr Bowring?
The applicant would need to demonstrate that they could work within the constraints on the land as it is. I doubt that there's any scope for acquiring land along Woodvale Drive to achieve a wider road reserve beyond the boundaries of the site itself. But those are matters that would definitely be worked through at that design stage.
Okay.
Councillor Herridge?
Thank you, Mayor. Just 2 last ones. The petition that we've heard about this evening is about taking over the structure planning and doing the process for the land ourselves or as a joint thing. Is this something that's actually possible to do, being that the land is privately owned? Why would we, and what implications does that then present for us?
Mr Bowring?
Thank you. While the city can prepare a structure plan over land within its boundaries, this is generally a costly process and is normally driven by landowners. So pretty much nearly every structure plan that the city has is developer driven. This is because the landowner receives the benefit of the increase in land value and development potential arising from a structure plan. In this case, the landowner intends to prepare their own structure plan to submit to the city for consideration, subject to Amendment 215 if it's approved.
Okay.
Councillor Herridge?
Thank you, Mayor. It's my last one. Thank you, Mr Bowring. Our budget papers this evening have actually, if it goes through, we're endorsing the progression of traffic measures for the eastern portion of Woodvale Drive, which is our side. Do we actually have any public plans for this and when construction would occur?
Mr Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The budget papers do list a project for the design during next financial year or 24-25 financial year. And we have in our draft capital works program for 25-26 and 26-27 further funds listed for consideration for the construction phase of the project.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. We moved on. I just wanted to bring something else up in the report, which I found interesting. On page 348, Mr Bowring, at the last paragraph, it states that further development subject land relies on access via ancestor retreat. Now, that road was built on for Cockman House. It's obviously built on a Yalagonda Regional Park, and it's not a gazetted road. Yet in the plan attached, it says they want access to that road.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that's correct. We'd identified that to the proponent and advised them that they need to consider that. There may be some work being done by the Landgate and Land Administration arm of Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage to convert that to a road reserve, but not sure of what progress there is along that line.
Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Sorry, Mayor, unfortunately no notice was given of these, but they have arisen as a result of the public statements. The first through you, Mayor, perhaps to the Planning Department. It's been mentioned on a couple of occasions, the City exercising its powers to be able to create its own structure plan. Can I seek clarification if there is precedent of this within the City of Wanneroo, and perhaps through the Planning Department, if they believe it meets the threshold that would be required? Does it meet certain criteria in terms of public utility of the land, or some criteria that would ordinarily be required for the City to prepare a structure plan on privately owned land?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. Certainly there is the capability, structure plans can be prepared by the landowner, a landowner over and prepare a structure plan over multiple lots, whether they're the landowner or not, but as long as they are a landowner in the area, council can prepare them. The place for council to do that is typically where there is a public good or a social benefit that is derived from the investment that's required to prepare a structure plan. In a similar case would be the Kandoola Commercial Centre, where the City has expended considerable effort to try and improve that centre, and has prepared various planning documents to advance that cause. That would be a similar situation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Just one question, Mayor, and it's more procedural. Not anticipating, but should there be a procedural motion moved for deferral tonight, the fact that if it is moved and seconded from the floor, we'd immediately require a vote without any further discussion on the matter. Prior to getting to that stage, if we could get, if it arises, the wording of that motion, because I think the administration, if it arises, would need the direction of what's being requested of them, rather than it just being hurried through, because that's what the standing orders would require us to do. So perhaps before we move, if it does arise, before a seconder is sought, to get that wording clear so we're not caught on the back foot.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no more questions, Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, if I may. Page 347, towards the bottom under traffic and congestion, states that the TAA includes traffic modelling for a range of different development scenarios. I've looked through the attachments and cannot see such modelling. Was that provided to us, and if not, why not?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. That's the proponent's traffic impact statement. We haven't got that modelling and aren't able to provide that.
Thank you. You have another question? Any other questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. From listening to some of the main concerns and reflecting on what Mr Bowring said in terms of what would motivate the City to put in their own structure plan, one being a public good. One of the concerns brought up was protection of Yellowgonga Regional Park and bushland. Could Mr Barron reflect on any of those concerns in terms of there being a potential public good for us to do our own structural plan? Thanks.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you for the question. There are a number of processes that are required to be considered, one of which is if Amendment 215 is initiated, it's referred to the EPA, and the department, their department would analyse and look at that amendment and decide what level of assessment the EPA might require for this amendment to proceed further. So that would be the first step if Amendment 215 is initiated tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I think in one of the deputations it was mentioned about a traffic assessment that looked at results from 2018, if I recall correctly. Being we're a number of years on from that, would admin like to comment regarding about the traffic concerns, considering Councillor Herridge also brought up the fact that with further development, there might be need to increase the road, which would require more land. So if we can talk about the traffic assessment and how relevant that data is for us.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. The traffic impact assessment statement that was prepared is really just background information for the, I guess, context of what is intended. The information provided in it hasn't yet been tested and thoroughly assessed by administration in the context of a live amendment, which would be the next stage if Amendment 215 was to proceed and a structure plan prepared. The structure plan would go into a lot more detail and be put through a lot more rigorous assessment by administration, Department of Planning and Main Roads before any recommendations were made from administration.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Councillor Seif, you had a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Should this go ahead and the roads then do require upgrading, or is there a possibility or a risk that Main Roads would come back to us and say, well, this area requires upgrading of the roads, and would that be out of our hands?
Singh or Mr Bowring? Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Any sort of road widening is subject of the structure planning process, so we look at that normally. Typical sorts of arrangements are, for an example, Lansdale Commercial Centre and Alexander Drive requiring a widening for a turning pocket. Those sorts of things come up and are part of that structure planning process. So that would be part of the normal assessment and determination process.
Thank you. Councillor C.
So I understand that there's like the Ancestor Drive and the ungazetted road. So in my view, they wouldn't be sufficient for a R60 and commercial complex. Can I have administration's view on that?
Mr Bowring.
At this point, that's not the proposal, and we haven't looked at the impacts of density or the level of commercial development that the applicant may wish to develop. So because we are only looking at the rezoning from rural to urban development, a lot of those questions remain on the table and would be worked through at the next stage of structure planning.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Wright. And
I've got one more.
Okay.
Just following on from that, I just seem a bit confused from previous answers given in regards to the documentation we've been provided, because you mentioned the concept structure plan, which has obviously been given to us, in attachment 5 has been presented but it's not needed for the decision, yet alone the other documents I mentioned previously have not been provided to us, which is needed to make the decision. So I'm confused as to why the other information, both the traffic statement from the MRS and also the concept plan, was provided to councillors if we're not supposed to be considering that information, but the actual information in administration's report was not provided to us to be able to make tonight's decision. So I'm just a bit confused as to why some documents were included but is not this part of this decision process, but then the other ones were left out.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. On page 348 of the report, there's a section headed Environmental Considerations, where it says that to support Amendment 215, the proponent has also provided the following information, and that includes the District Water Management Strategy, Environmental Report and a Bushfire Management Plan, which you've referred to. And then it goes on to say all supporting technical information will be considered by administration in more detail should Amendment 215 be initiated. Considerations would be made in light of responses from external agencies which would be consulted on during the advertising process. So all of this information is material to the next stage of considering Amendment 215.
Councillor Moore had a question she wanted to ask.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With the proposed of us creating our own structure plan, I was just wanting to know how long would that take?
Mr Bowring.
The process of preparing and drafting a structure plan could take in the order of 12 to 18 months to get it through to final approval. It may take a bit longer than that with the Planning Commission. So they can be quite lengthy, depending on time frame for preparation of background studies and reports and the like.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Councillor Moore?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Given that the proponent has their structure plan, I wouldn't say ready to go, would this then cause delay to them if we create our own structure plan, and will they then override us and go straight to the Planning Commission?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. In principle, the city could initiate and prepare its own structure plan, and the developer could also seek to lodge a structure plan. I'm not aware of anywhere that that's actually happened. The issue, I guess, is for council to decide whether or not that's an appropriate activity for the city to be involved in.
Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. If it were to go that direction that it is their proposed structure plan overrides ours, does that then mean as a city we have no control going forward in what happens in that structure plan?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. It's important to distinguish where the power and decision-making lies, as has been said by the speakers during public question time and myself. The structure planning process is determined by the West Australian Planning Commission, but it's on the advice of council. So it is an important part of the Commission's decision to take into account the recommendation from council before it decides on any structure plan.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Councillor Moore.
Could I then just ask for advice? What would be the best way to move forward that we are able to keep our community involved in the process so that they're able to be heard as well as be a part of the decision-making process? Because after listening to tonight, I would hate for us to take any missteps in this, and it completely removes us as a council to help.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is to initiate, and that is simply to then step into that next phase, which involves engaging with all of the specialist agencies and importantly the community about their views on the proposal, so that we can go through that formal consultation process and decide whether or not council would support the rezoning to urban development. At this stage, it's not a test of whether or not the level of traffic or the environmental concerns have been addressed. That's the role of the next stage of the process.
Thank you. One more question, then I'll go to Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So just to clarify, tonight will be Morley just to go to initiation so we can go to community consultation. So the feedback we've received tonight will be formal and then it comes back to council and then we make the decision to do the zoning. Is that correct?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. Almost. The next step would be to seek permission from EPA and the Department of Planning to commence consultation, and then we'll go through the regulated public consultation phase, and then that would then generate a report from administration back to council with a recommendation on the rezoning proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, did you still have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand all that's been said in that last line of questioning, but I'm going to come back to the public good aspect in terms of, because for me it's a decision between proceeding with the advertising or if there was a public good for us to initiate our own structure plan. Considering we've talked about a lot of the information that's been referenced but not provided, and that it would come further down the track if we were to do a structure plan, how does the city assess about the public good of creating your own structure plan without having a lot of the information that's relevant? Because I'm really struggling to make that decision right now. So I'm just wondering how the city does make those evaluations based on very limited information.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, it's a fairly broad question. As I said earlier, most structure plans are prepared by the landowners, as they're the ones with the interest in the land. They're the ones who invest the money in preparing the documentation the necessary. So that's the vast majority of structure plans. Where the city and council can form its own views on this, and Kandula, I'll refer back to that example, is an example of where council has taken a view that it needs to take action. So that really arises out of the community, and arises out of discussions and debate that happen at council. So that's really a matter for the planning and the decision making of council.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Herridge.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one last one for me for clarification when the item does come up for discussion. If it perhaps lapses for a lack of a mover or a seconder, or it's actually voted down or deferred, whichever way it goes, what actually happens? Does that actually then cease at our point? Does it get to go to a consult with the WAPC? Because I believe there's no line for them to come back and do a, what's the word I'm looking for? Appeal. Thank you.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. That's correct. If Amendment 215 is not initiated, that is essentially the end of the matter for Amendment 215. However, it's not the end of the matter entirely, because if the Metropolitan Region Scheme Amendment 1419 progresses, then there is a provision in the Planning Development Act under Section 129, which the Commission would then publish a notice in the Gazette to automatically rezone the land, and that would most likely be to urban development, which is the same as the proposal. So there is an automatic backstop measure in the legislation.
Thank you. Okay, so now we go to item 7, petitions. We have 3 petitions this evening. The first petition is increase verge maintenance between Patrick Court and Our Lady of Mercy Church, Girraween, and/or footpath extension. That will be presented by Councillor Rowe. And do you have a seconder for your petition? Each individual petition. Councillor Seif will be the seconder. Councillor Rowe, would you like to present the petition?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a petition to increase the maintenance of the verge between the footpath of Patrick Court, Girraween and Our Lady of Mercy boundary. The petition has been signed by a total number of people of 72, 44 of which reside within the district of the City of Wanneroo. It is also an item that we have had a public statement on the record this evening, Mayor, so I table this petition to Council.
Thank you. Councillors, could you please cast your vote to accept this petition? And that is passed unanimously with all of the councillors present. We go to the petition that is being moved by Councillor Seif, which is request for fencing of drainage pit between Shaftesbury Avenue and Hepburn Avenue, Alexander Heights. Councillor Seif, do you have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillor Seif, would you like to present your petition?
Yes, thank you. The petition is to request that the drainage pit located between Shaftesbury Ave and Hepburn Ave be enclosed by means of solid fencing. This will assist in reducing vehicle noise from Hepburn Ave and improve the visual look from residents' homes. Total number of signatures is 25 and all identify as residents in the City of Wanneroo.
Thank you, Councillor Seif. Councillors, would you please cast your vote on accepting this petition? And that is passed unanimously. We now go to petition presented by Councillor Herridge. Councillor Herridge, do you have a seconder? Councillor Wright. Councillor Herridge, it's about the
Can I ask
parking
what
area.
the petition is before I second it?
The petition is about the parking area at 59 West Point Parade Dash. So, Councillor Herridge, would you like to present your petition?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to present for Council's consideration a petition of 18 signatures, and the lead petitioner has requested that Council consider the aggregate parking area next to her driveway on Carlingford Drive for the purpose of carers to use when they come to her home.
Thank you. Councillors, please cast your vote to accept this third petition. And that third petition is accepted unanimously. We now go to update on petitions, UPO 1 724, no parking sign request, road hocking, PTO 1 0624, and the updates are provided in the agenda. Item 8, we go to reports. Declarations of interest by council members, including the nature and extent of which the interests are to be made at the commencement of the item to which the interest relates. Declaration of interest forms are to be completed and handed to the Chief Executive Officer. And our first item on the agenda is CSO 20724 from Corporate Planning Performance and Improvement. I will be moving it and the Deputy Mayor Rowe will be seconding it, and it's the adoption of the 2024-25 to 2027-28 Corporate Business Plan and the 24-25 Annual Budget and 24-25 Fees and Charges Schedule. And councillors, I'll just let you know, you will all have the opportunity to speak to budget this evening if you choose to, and we will progress through that, but I will do the initial speech to budget. Good evening, everyone. Tonight's ordinary council meeting brings us together to consider the city's proposed 24-25, 27-28 corporate business plan and the 24-25 budget, both of which are underpinned by the city's strategic community plan. Our strategic community plan provides a clear path to ensuring Wanneroo continues to be a responsibly and ethically run city with a sustainable future. The corporate business plan brings this aspiration to reality, steering administration to achieve our shared vision of a welcoming community connected through local opportunities. As always, Council and the City's administration have worked diligently over the last 6 months to develop a budget that puts our ratepayers, residents and local businesses first, with a strong focus on service delivery and community connections. We have considered the economic climate, locally and nationally, and factored in the rising costs of labour, materials, contracts and utilities impacting Wanneroo and local governments right across Australia. We are also faced with increasing state government fees and charges and a forecasted CPI of 3% for the year ahead. Despite these challenges, Council has worked hard to deliver a balanced budget that recommends a 3% increase in residential rates. Whilst there is a cost pressure to increase the waste service fee due to increased refuse removal expenses, I'm pleased to announce that the annual household waste charges remain unchanged at $425. As the fastest growing local government in Western Australia, we have a responsibility to set a budget that stimulates our local economy by generating jobs and work for Wanneroo-based businesses. This year's budget balances maintaining existing assets our community use and enjoy every day with investment in new infrastructure to support our growing population. Over the next 12 months, the City will spend $12.5 million to maintain our sporting facilities, pitches, fields and grounds, ensuring the City's local clubs can keep kicking goals. This includes $5 million to upgrade the netball courts at Kingsway Regional Sporting Complex and to complete works on floodlighting and the sports amenities building at Heath Park in Eglinton. A $875,000 investment will see Montrose Park tennis courts in Girraween receive a much-needed revamp, including court resurfacing and new LED lighting and fencing. Work will continue on the highly anticipated Alkimos Aquatic and Recreation Centre project with $4.7 million to fund the detailed design and the start of construction later this year. BMX enthusiasts will also benefit from a $685,000 upgrade to the pump track at McCoy Park in Quinns Rocks. The City will spend a total of $51.5 million to maintain, protect and enhance parks, coastlines, reserves, streetscapes and conservation areas. A further $1.5 million will support upgrades to parks and playgrounds across the City. And I'm delighted to say that the City's first All Abilities Playground at Riverlinks Park in Clarkson will become a reality, which will provide a new play area with 5 themed spaces for children of all ages and abilities to play. We've allocated $32 million to continue delivering waste services and at the same time continue to explore new and innovative ways to reduce household waste and increase material recovery. As you may be aware, the City recently rolled out a new bulk waste and greens collection service, providing our residents greater flexibility in using this service while also making strides to meet the state government's less waste to landfill targets. We're committed to $10.5 million to deliver ranger services, safety patrols and to further enhance our CCTV network to ensure our community feels safe. We've allocated $150,000 to continue the CCTV rebate scheme, providing eligible ratepayers with a rebate of up to $500 for installing or upgrading their home CCTV system. We have also allocated funding to develop a new bushfire risk management plan and to provide continued support to those impacted by the Mariginiup fire. We're investing $9.5 million into developing physically, socially, economically and culturally healthy communities, ensuring everyone who lives in the City can connect, socialise and participate in local events, programs and activities regardless of age, background or ability. The budget will fund youth services and school holiday programs delivered from our youth hubs and support our youth outreach team in connecting with vulnerable young people. With library services hot in demand, we've committed $8 million to maintaining free programs, resources and activities to connect and inspire residents at our Yanchep Two Rocks, Clarkson, Wanneroo and Girraween libraries. And a $14.9 million investment will progress the construction of Dordak Keep Up Library and Youth Innovation Hub with a $6 million boost from the state government. Construction is underway on the state-of-the-art facility, which is set to offer everything from classic library services, seniors activities and early childhood offerings to youth innovation activities, including STEAM programs and podcasting facilities. We'll spend $38 million delivering major road upgrades and maintenance to help ease traffic congestion and improve safety across the City. And notwithstanding challenging economic times, I am proud of the wide range of essential services and facilities we continue to provide while keeping rates as low as possible. And we will continue to work hard to put our community first to ensure our city continues to thrive for generations to come. I'd like to thank the City's Deputy Mayor and Councillors for your diligence and tireless efforts throughout our budget development process to achieve the best outcomes for our community. And to the CEO and directors, managers and city staff for your dedication and commitment to supporting Council during the development of this budget. To our community, our residents and ratepayers, and our local business owners, thank you for your contributions to making our city a wonderful place to live and work, and for working with us to ensure a vibrant and prosperous Wanneroo community now and into the future. Thank you, and councillors, I ask that you support this budget this evening. Thank you again. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, friends, I don't have anything nearly as well prepared, so it'll be quite brief from myself. So as Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, but also Chairperson of Service Review, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the hard work that we've done as a team, as a collective, throughout the past 12 months. First and foremost, I just want to acknowledge our 4 new councillors who are in the room, Councillor Seif, Councillor Moore, Councillor Bedworth and Councillor Figg. This is your first budget. This is the culmination of months of hard work. I've always found, and perhaps the 3 of us on this side and Councillor Berry, who's not with us, who started a couple of years back, and Councillor Smith, when you finish that first budget cycle, it is essentially train wheels are off. You've experienced every possible meeting, every possible decision. So I want to commend you on the perspectives that you brought, the approaches and the discussion that we had around the budget workshop table. I found it to be a great year working with you as a collective. So welcome to the team and thank you very much for everything you've brought so far. And to everyone else who's not new. The budget process, 5 workshops this year plus an additional ward workshop discussion. More than 15 hours of briefings between council members and the administration. I think we need to reflect on that because it may not be a statutory requirement for elected members to attend each and every one of those discussions, but the large majority of us around the table did rock up to every single one and we participated, offered our opinion, offered our frank feedback, our ideas, our suggestions, and they are the culmination in this document here today. I would encourage any resident who is here, but also those who may listen online. Our annual report is published at the end of the year. I encourage you to look at the attendance table that is in that document because it shows you quite clearly which of your councillors are attending things that are not in this chamber live on the record. It's a good way to be able to know who's advocating and who is there in person behind closed doors just as much as in the chamber as well. Something I said last year and I'm going to reiterate, it is a great position to be in, but also a heavy weight of responsibility, the diversity that we have in this local government. We have under our protection a coastal corridor where we're investing a significant amount of money to be able to protect our environment from all of the different challenges that it's facing. An industrial precinct that we are supporting both in terms of commercial, office space and more heavy industrial in our near-abut precinct. A rural area where we're still advocating very strongly on behalf of our growers. Established residential who are on larger blocks, new and growing residential who are experiencing some significant challenges because of the smaller lot sizes and the smaller driveways that they have. We have all of these different types of parts of our community and we speak with one voice on their behalf, not only through this budget, but all year round. In looking at some budget highlights, I did write down a few notes. In my opinion, the capital budget this year is responsible. It is scaled back to what is achievable and projects that can be delivered. And I'm confident that the administration has put in place a significant amount of work to try to identify those roadblocks, whether they be third-party approvals or other factors that are preventing us from being able to deliver those infrastructure projects that the community so desperately needs. Where we can't put them in our forward-facing agenda to the public this year, we're trying to do as much work on the design phase to ensure that projects that save lives and build communities will be able to be communicated to the public as quickly as possible. A second point that I want to acknowledge, Mayor, is equity. I think this budget is a step in the right direction. It's a clear endorsement of the view that your postcode should not affect the quality of the facilities and the services that you enjoy. Every resident is entitled to a high-quality facility that is fit for purpose, accessible and designed for modern needs. After several years strongly advocating on behalf of residents in the South Ward, I do believe that this budget is a step in the right direction, and I want to credit and acknowledge Councillor Seif, who's been on this journey with me for the last 12 months. The services, talking about the operating budget. Through this budget, we recognise that high-quality services are the expectation and the right of all residents and Wanneroo ratepayers. And I note, as the chair of the Service Review Working Group, that we have adopted higher rotations and higher quality services for streetscapes and verge maintenance. That's a credit to Mr Shettleburrow and his team, but it's work that was initiated by public consultation through the feedback we received on council and progressed and achieved through the Service Working Group. So I think that's a great demonstration of how community and council work together. The fees and charges are also maintained at reasonable levels, trying to reduce the inflationary pressures on our ratepayers and their households. Second last, Mayor, transparency. Before I came to this place and on my election brochure, I made the same commitment that everyone always does about increased and improved transparency. This council, I believe, is working hard to make sure that our auditing results, our consultation and community engagement outcomes are made public, and we make sure that we include residents along in the journey. The final thing I just want to talk about is to highlight some local priorities and achievements. Finally, this year, the Montrose Club Rooms in Girraween will be complete. 6 years after they were initially promised and had to have some significant delays due to COVID and other factors. We're also improving and upgrading the Alexander Heights Community Centre car park, which will ensure that seniors club and church groups and others who use the facility will be able to safely access that community centre. Finally, Mayor, we're looking at Beach Road, Azalea Street, Girraween Ave, Marangaroo Drive, road upgrades that will save lives and protect motorists and pedestrians on the road. The final acknowledgement, Mayor, is to the administration, specifically to Ms Nolene Jennings, her team, Bimsara Tushara, but all of the directors who have clearly, through a cross-service unit approach, worked towards producing this document. I commend the budget to the council.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Do I have any speakers against the budget? Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Just under the standing orders, I'd like to table an amendment which has been circulated to councillors. I'm happy to read that. Or I'll
Do you have a
summarise it rather.
seconder for the amendment, Councillor?
Councillor Moore.
Councillor Moore? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. So just in regards to my amendment for the budget this evening, it's definitely been over the years a priority for me to, and also other council members around this table, to ensure that our organisation is able to meet the demands of our residents, but to also provide relief when needed. And I won't talk about the economic times, I won't talk about all that stuff because everyone already knows that around this table and also in the gallery and online. So my amendment is seeking to remove the administration rate arrangement fee and any instalment fees to enable a resident to pay at a regular schedule that is convenient to them to work in with their household budget. As we know, people struggle to pay their rates yearly, and it is a key initiative that I know other local governments such as Coburn, Serpentine, Jarrahdale and other local governments already have in place fee and rate free. Essentially, there's no fees attached to setting up a plan. So I've wanted to table this this year. I understand that a 3% increase is needed due to our costs and our ongoing contracts and day-to-day runnings of the business. However, I wanted to make sure that residents have cost of living support that can be provided to them to be able to match their household budget cycle and to enable them to, whether they want to pay quarterly, whether they want to pay fortnightly, to ensure that we as a council are not putting more pressure on them by increasing the fees and putting more fees. I mean, at the moment, a per instalment fee plus a rate arrangement fee and a individual fee per instalment at the moment. So there's 3 different fees plus a late fee is 4 fees. From the version that councillors have now, there is a small change which has already been circulated around the table, and that is to remove the there was a proposed increase for the late fee to 10%. That has now been removed and will remain at 5%. So that is in the latest amendment that you all have in front of you. And unfortunately, as that was a last-minute change, the administration comment hasn't been able to be reflected of that. However, it does provide some useful information to the council in making its decision. I also didn't want to lobby or ring anyone around the table. I know budget is a hard enough choice to make, and I wanted to obviously everyone around the table, and particularly the councillors that have been through a few budget cycles, understand that budget night is not just tonight. It's going to be the period of when residents get their rate notices. It's going to be phone calls after emails around not being able to pay their rates, issues, some stories about what they're experiencing, and I think that's important to take into consideration. Not just tonight, our decision doesn't impact. It's going to be a budget period. I understand comms will roll out and those sorts of things, but I think this is our responsibility as the City of Wanneroo to provide some cost of living measure. The federal government has done it, the state government has done it. There can be debate around how effective those are. However, I'm worried about what the City of Wanneroo does as a councillor at the City of Wanneroo, and I believe that if we're going to increase the rates by 3%, it's only fair that, even if it's temporary, to introduce these fee-free arrangements so ratepayers can essentially fit in with their household budget. So I'll leave it at that, and I hope that I can gain your support in this amendment, as it will make a great impact for our residents and ratepayers around the district. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Moore, do you want to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight, I really do urge you to support Councillor Wright's motion to remove the city's administration fees from establishing payment plans when residents are paying their rates, and to keep their late fees at only 5%. The cost of living pressure is putting so much pressure on our families and many residents in our community. By removing these administrative fees, we can provide much needed time and financial relief to those who are already struggling to make ends meet. Payment plans should be a lifeline, not an additional burden. It's crucial that we demonstrate our compassion and commitment to supporting all members of our community during these challenging times. By making these changes, it is Councillor Wright and I hope for tonight that we will show together as a council that we care about our community and the well-being of our residents, and that we are dedicated to helping them navigate through these continuing difficult times and many unexpected economical circumstances posed on families. Let's stand together tonight and make this important step to support our community in these times.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Do I have a speaker against this amendment? Questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Questions, Mayor, but it probably would be remiss of me not to have disclosed my impartiality interest in the budget itself. I don't know if you'd prefer to do that now, because I'm assuming some elected members would have an interest or be a member of the groups that are receiving a rates waive. So I might just do it now if that's okay.
Yep, go for it.
So it's on the record. Thank you, Mayor. So with regard to this item being CS 020724, I disclose that I am a member of the Girraween Lions Club. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you. Did you want to speak against this item? This amendment, I should say.
I do just have
Or
one
questions?
question, if I could, Mayor. I understand Councillor Wright has circulated it with some time, but obviously we've received the administrative comment relatively late. So with your indulgence, Mayor, just a couple of questions for clarification. The first is, through yourself, Mayor, is the amendment intended to be means tested or would it be applied to all ratepayers?
Would that go to Mr Councillor Wright or to Ms Jennings? Would this amendment be means tested or not?
Thank you, Mayor. There's nothing in here to say that it's means tested, so it would just be as per normal. Anyone who rings or puts through, chooses their instalment would have an instalment without the fee.
Thank you. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Rowe?
Second question, Mayor. Council, I understand, has an existing financial hardship policy. Can I please confirm whether the CEO, via this policy, has the capacity to waive the payment plan administrative fee?
Ms Jennings?
Through the Chair, yes, the CEO can can take that on board to actually not and to waive that fee, the payment plan fee.
Any other questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Last one, Mayor. At what stage into the future, if at all, is there an intention for the finance system to be upgraded so as to not require manual involvement for the construction or the implementation of a payment plan fee? Is it envisaged that as the system evolves, matures and is upgraded, that it could be an automatic process, so therefore there would not be a fee associated with the administrative side of the work?
Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. We are about to go out to tender for systems. We know all the systems out there, so a lot of them are very similar to ours in some ways. So we'd have to see. I mean, we certainly want to try and find one that can give us as much efficiency as possible, but it remains to be seen, Mayor. But Mayor, while I'm just on the microphone, can I just say that the late change, there's still 10% left in the amendment. So under 6D, there's still a 10% per annum on rates and charges, which I think if Councillor Wright has changed it all back to 5, that should also go back to 5.
Yes, sorry, that is correct. I'm not sure why it wasn't highlighted in red. So that should be 5%.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine is very similar to the last one in terms of Deputy Mayor's. So it's from my understanding that the other cities that do provide the no fee for the bill smoothing, we already have that software that they use. We just don't use that functionality yet. So similar to that question, and I think it's the intention of us to move towards that, if we were to bring this in the future, that's the plan. So that's what I'm getting at, because at the moment this plan has a bit of cost to it, a bit of bite to it. So can I confirm that we do have a bit of the capability and we have the intention to move in that direction that would in the future, if we implemented it, would not have the cost that it would have if we implemented it straight away?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, no, we don't have the capability to implement it at the moment. So again, it'll be the same as my last answer. It depends what we can find in the market that suits us. Also, we're quite a large council too, so where some people can do it maybe on smaller systems, we actually can't. It's quite complicated. But at the moment, we definitely don't have the software.
Thank you. Councillor Herridge, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm in two minds, and being that, following on from what Councillor Wright has said, totally understand and get that, but I just want to actually ask specifically, in the administration comments you've included in the bottom here, the implications isn't small for us as an organisation, and our role is to ensure that our organisation functions for its ratepayers. So the $896,330 that we will lose in the recovery of this as revenue equates to approximately 7 FTEs. We already know that we're also understaffed because we've approved, or we've got in the budget that we're going for another 30. So this actually then in effect defeats the purpose, is that correct?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. We certainly have to keep the budget balanced because otherwise we'll actually not have half of this actually correct that we're trying to adopt tonight. So we will have to take an amount out of the expenditure to actually balance, and by far the easiest place to go to is the extra staffing numbers that we've added into the budget.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Herridge. That was the questioning that I was going to get on. This fee being abolished, $896,000, 330. It's not a small amount of money. We have sat for hours. The administration has spent hundreds of hours getting to this point. I have no problem looking at this for the future, but for now, tonight, to turn around at this late stage and take $896,000 out of this budget without having a discussion, I cannot conceivably do that and still make a responsible decision. I'm sorry, that is why I won't be supporting this motion on notice.
If I may raise a point of order, Madam Mayor. 4.12, paragraph 2, wish to make a personal explanation on that. I've actually raised at numerous forums this particular item, not just this year, but over the past 3 years. And I actually did have a liaison with the Director of Corporate Strategy and the CEO, and before I departed on my leave of absence, requested that this was to be drafted up, and when I get back for this to be approved to be circulated ASAP. It was the administration that could not provide the comment in time. They had numerous weeks to do so, and it was foreshadowed at that budget workshop that I had tabled that, and every councillor around the table, minus a few, were there. So I had made my intentions very clear that this was to be moved, and I even went through the process to be able to circulate that early with the agenda pack via email without the administration comment, so councillors could consider that. So I don't take the point that it was right now at this moment that I had raised that. This was actually something that had gone on prior to me being on a leave of absence for a month.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Parker, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, I would actually. Actually, I do remember the discussions of 3 years ago, and I do remember that not everybody supported this. So perhaps that was why when this came tonight, and honestly, I unfortunately got here late. I got here 5 to 6. This was the first time that I'd seen it. I had not seen it on the hub. I understand that this has been discussed before at a forum, and I also know that in those discussions, it was made very clear to all councillors the financial implications of it.
Thank you. On that note, do we have any other questions? Yes, Councillor C.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whilst I understand that it is probably difficult for the city to determine or means test this, I am for assisting those who are going through financial hardship. And it doesn't make sense to me to be charging someone who's going through financial hardship more fees because they need to bill smooth their rates. So will there at least be a form that they have to complete or a declaration that they have to make to say that the reason why they're asking for this is due to financial hardship?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you. Through the chair, that would be a new process we would add, and I actually don't have it in the front of me in terms of it being part of the amendment. So unless it's added, and that will also add more administration, but unless it's added, no, it won't be occurring.
Ms Jennings, I just want to clarify, we have a financial hardship policy which is in the paraphernalia we give out when we do our rates, every time we do our rates. And that financial hardship policy is where people are able to get their fee costs and negotiate their payments in that fashion. And so we already have a process in place. Is that correct, Ms Jennings?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There is a process for applying for financial hardship. There's actually a council policy and then a process behind it.
Thank you, Councillor C.
Thank you for clarifying that, Madam Mayor. If that's the case, could we not then say that anyone who applies through that financial hardship policy that we already have can be waived $30 and then apply the amendment that Councillor Wright and Councillor Moore have presented?
I think Councillor Wright and Councillor Moore's amendment is for everyone, regardless of means testing. And so that is the issue. So our hardship policy is means tested, but this is across the board, whether someone's a millionaire, corporate lawyer, or whether they're on social security.
That's my concern.
And so therefore, with this, we do have a hardship policy that is means tested for people in difficult circumstances. But I'll ask Ms Jennings to clarify that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The actual financial hardship policy is about certain events that might be in a person's life that causes them to be in financial hardship at that point in time. So it's not quite a means test, but it's a particular set of criteria that we ask the person to explain exactly where they're at this point in time so that they can have some assistance with their payment plans, etc.
Thank you. Any speakers for this amendment? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I do support the amendment being offered up by Councillor Wright and Councillor Moore, and the reason being is about the city and the council, I suppose, because we're the ones that actually make the policy that administration follows. It's about us becoming more modern in the way we do business. In everything that we do, in every other business activity that I know that I do, there's always a payment plan on a monthly basis or whatever without any charge. The charges only come into place, councillors, that I know of is when you are late on the actual payment date. Banks do it all the time. If you don't make your mortgage payment on time, then there's a late fee attached or something like that. This is about council, I guess, coming into the more modern century of how people deal with their finances at home. A lot of people do monthly accounts. A lot of people have direct debits automatically coming out of their monthly salary, if not fortnightly. I know administration has been dealing with some of that in the past, as it's listed in their administration comment. But I think the whole idea is just to make it easier for our rate base as a whole. It's in regard of whether you've got a substantial amount of money or not. Everybody goes through cash issues from time to time, and then if they don't come to an arrangement, then obviously it will still go to some sort of late payment fee arrangement. The financial hardship issue is totally different. Residents that I've helped up in Tapping through our rates people, they are actually unable to actually pay their rates at all. And that's when they have to go on some sort of very serious plan with administration, and sometimes the CEO will obviously have to sign off on some waiver of fees. But that's what the financial hardship policy is for. This proposed amendment is just to do modern day business transactions, and as the Director Jennings has stated, she's now already organising for the correct software to come on board. So in the future, if not this year, it is too late, they'll be able to just do it automatically as per other councils are doing. The budget does have a small surplus. There will be, in the mid-year review, there will be more surpluses. You've got to remember, as a council, we are growing our rate base every month. We're not going backwards, we're not stagnant like some other councils, we are growing, and we have to adapt and adopt new policies, new processes going forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Do I have a speaker against? Yes, Councillor Actually, Councillor Figg, do you want to speak against it? You have a question as well. Okay, Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question. It says in the report there were 31,471 instalment options done last year, and it tells us that they paid $35 was the charge to be able to have those instalments. That gives an amount of $1.1 million to us, and yet we spend $800,000 on the administration. So we actually make a profit from the $35 coming from each individual, plus the fact that some of these obviously are going to be late in their instalments and then have to pay a further amount on top of that. This could prevent those late instalments. So ultimately, I actually...
What's your question, Councillor Huntley?
My question, is that correct, that we make $1.1 million off the $35 of each of these people who have adopted an instalment plan?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. The $35 is how much it costs us to do versus what the actual fee is. So our cost is $35 for the setup, but then there's more cost later if there's reminders to be sent out. So that's how much we're absorbing rather than how much we're getting in for fees. So the fee isn't covering the full cost. The fee is a percentage of the cost. So what you've calculated is actually the cost rather than the revenue.
So to clarify, we're actually subsidising $300,000 for the instalment costs already. Okay, do you have another question, Councillor Huntley?
I'm just very confused because you have stated a figure on instalments, $35, that's 1.1 million in, and what we're seeing out is 800,000. I don't think you've answered my question.
The paragraph says each rate arrangement costs $35,000. So that was calculated in 2022-23. So it costs the city $35 for each payment arrangement plus cost reminders. This is higher. We only charge, at the moment our proposed fee is $30, which is $5 less than what it costs us to do an instalment. So we are making a loss on every instalment. Is that correct, Ms Jennings?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Councillor Figg, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's one, possibly two, depending on the answer. Is it true that people can currently pay into their rates accounts at any time?
Ms Jennings.
Yes, Mayor, they can, yes.
Do you have another question, Councillor Figg?
Yeah, thank you. Given that is the case, is there a reason that it's not advertised?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. The main reason that there's various options offered is because it includes all the reminders, etc. So one of the issues that if people just put the money in, that's fine, but you won't get any reminders because we don't know what you're actually doing. So unless you pay on full by that time, then you'll get a reminder and you'll get increases in percentages. So it's I guess it's a user beware. So if you want to pay, you can, but there are things that we need to make sure that we understand what people are doing.
Do you have another question, Councillor Figg? Any other questions on this amendment? Yes, Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself. Is it true that these figures are based on the assumption that the potential figure, quote unquote, is based on the assumption that everyone will avail themselves of this, and of those, that everyone will at some point default?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. It's based on the 23-24 figures.
Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you. Thanks for that. And so I could be correct in thinking that that figure could be much lower. Is that correct?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. It could be higher or lower.
Thank you. Any other questions on this amendment? Councillor Moore, is this a question? Because you've already spoken to this item. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask, what is our outstanding balance of rates received currently?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't remember off the top of my head, except that we've collected 99% of the rates.
Thank you. Any other speakers against this item? Any speaker against? Any questions? Councillor Parker first, then Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. How many ratepayers are there in the City of Wanneroo?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Last year, so 23-24 year, we issued 93,363 notices.
And subsequent
Councillor
to
Parker.
that, subsequent to that, the amount of I'm sorry, and the question is here. The answer is here. There were 31,000. Am I correct in saying that there were 31,471 instalment options last year?
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, that number was as of April. So I've since done some figures as of June just this afternoon. So the instalments is close to 30, so just under 30, so it's about 29. Thank you.
And subsequent to that,
Ms Parker.
you've stated that should this fee be abolished, the entire city ratepayer community, which would include the residents that are in fact battling, would then have to bear the cost. Is that correct?
Ms Jennings.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Basically, that's instead of it being a user contributed, it would just be in the full expenditure for the whole city.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak against. While acknowledging, I also agree with Councillor Miles in talking about adaptation, and that's important not just for people in hardship. I also acknowledge Councillor Wright has brought this up before. I acknowledge the intention as well of it and do support that. However, because of the circumstances in how it affects our budget that we have put together, and that it would result in potentially 7 FTEs not coming to fruition, which we had planned, which I think are really needed, and acknowledging, I think it is our intention for us to move in that direction in the future. I could only support such an amendment like this if it was linked to the hardship for this time. So unless that is done, I can't bear the cost of that FTE this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a question, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Something that hasn't been touched on by anyone and is a question for administration, they probably won't be able to answer this, but how much do we pay in legal costs for debt collection for outstanding rates in the city? Because I know that cost is quite high that's been reported to Audit and Risk.
Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I obviously don't know that off the top of my head. However, the arrangement that we have, the costs are covered as part of the fees that the people actually have to pay. So a lot of it comes through us and back again. So I'll have to get another report for council. We have done that before and given you the report on the dollars involved, but it's actually not that high.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers for? If I have no speakers for, you can't speak, you've already spoken to the item. I think we need to get to Councillor Wright to do his right of reply. Thank you. Councillor Wright.
I'm happy for Councillor Moore to ask a question under the standing orders before I make my right of reply.
Councillor Moore, quickly please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask, given the amount of outstanding rates, would this not be beneficial to the city so we're able to gather more rates leading up to the end of the financial year and minimise our legal fees?
Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. I think having 99% actually collected by the end of the year was quite a lot of work that was undertaken by our team in following things up. So whether it's any different under this, it's hard to actually suggest. So 99% is very good.
Can I clarify this question? Because I used to do debt collection for an insurance firm. And every time we put it out to the debt collectors, the bill for the debt collectors was added to the debt that the person had to repay. So therefore, if our rates go to debt collectors, that is, the debt collector's cost is added onto the cost that it's owed to the city. So it actually doesn't cost the city for the debt collectors mostly. It's very, very minimal. Is that correct, Ms Jennings?
Well, thank you, Mayor. There's two parts. That part is correct if we get to that stage, but we actually also use our own team to follow up as well. So we have got people allocated to do that work too. So, and then it gets to a certain point and then exactly as you've described occurs.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, will you please exercise your right of reply, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to touch on the points that were brought up. Firstly, around the hardship policy. These are two separate processes. One is obviously for people in extreme financial hardship that require documentation and other processes and barriers to get through to that. I note that also the policy is not fit for purpose and will need to be reviewed. And I know several councillors around the room have intentions to bring that up at one of the next few council meetings. Just in regards to the means testing, and I've had conversations with various people, the financial implications and resourcing outweigh the benefits. If you introduce means testing, it is cheaper without all the resourcing and staff requirements to check additional documentation, create additional forms. So that was the reason why means testing wasn't introduced in it. Just in regards to a point that Councillor Miles made, every year we have a budget surplus. Off the top of my head, and Ms Jennings will probably correct me if I'm wrong, last year was about 1.2 million, if not more. And this could be a cost that is absorbed through the budget surplus that we have every year. In regards to systems, I don't take the point that Ms Jennings made around there's no systems out there that do it, because that's contrary to advice that I've received from the City of Cockburn, or there's no systems out there that can enable those fee-free arrangements, because obviously there are councils that do it.
Councillor Wright, I don't think what you're saying is correct. Ms Jennings, would you like to comment on that, on the systems available? Because I think you said that you're investigating that. Could you please correct that, because what you're stating isn't correct, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. What I said is we're going out to tender and we'll certainly have that in our requirements. So it remains to be seen exactly what we get back from our tender. I didn't say there wasn't anything in existence.
Thank you. Please continue your right of reply, Councillor Wright.
Just in regards to my last 2 points, one was around staffing wages. To obviously follow up, there's a lot of costs that are added into that equation as well. So yes, we do get money from fees, but what's not in the administration report is the time that staff are taking to send notices out, to follow up with residents, which equate to a lot. And as we know, new enterprise bargaining agreements have occurred at council and across councils across the state that have raised wages. We know that this can have a crucial impact on the budget. So I do value our staff's time, but I know that these little tedious things can add up to a large sum that often goes under the radar and usually in the operational budget. And the last point I would like to make is around the debt collectors. And we've heard that obviously the poor become poorer. It's, yep, okay, we can't pay our rates, we take them to the debt collectors, but they can also pay for the fees for the legal costs. Doesn't make sense to me. So to me, I think there will be a cost savings. I take the point from councillors around obviously the intention to move towards a new system and to incorporate that, which is great. However, tonight this Obviously, we can review this at the mid-year budget review and consider how it's run as a sort of pilot. And obviously, nothing is permanent. So that's what I encourage councillors, nothing is permanent. If we need to review it, then you can do so at the mid-year budget review and at next year's budget process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And councillors, I ask that you cast your vote on the amendment, please. This is the amendment that Councillor Wright has moved and Councillor Moore has seconded. Okay, and so the amendment is passed. We have 6 against, which is myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Smith, Councillor Figg and Councillor Parker. Those who are supportive are Councillor Seif, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Moore, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Wright, Councillor Miles and Councillor Coetzee. So we now go to the substantive as amended. And I wish to make a declaration that I am a social member of the Yanship Sports and Social Club and that I will consider the matter on its merits and I will vote accordingly. Do I have any other? Yes, Councillor Coetzee.
I also have a declaration in regards with this item. I disclose that I'm a member of the Yanship Sports Club. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you. Do we have any other declarations this evening? Okay, councillors, now we have the budget as amended. Do I have any speakers for the budget? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. This, I think, will be almost my first budget speech in support of in the chamber. So good evening, fellow residents of Wanneroo. Tonight we're not just here discussing a budget, we're discussing why behind our investments in this thriving community. As Simon Sinek profoundly stated, people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. Our why is simple: to create a community where everyone feels valued, safe and has the opportunity to thrive. Why do we invest in parks like Heath Park? Because they're not just fields and playgrounds, they're where our children's laughter echoes, where families forge bonds and where we find solace in nature. Why do we champion local businesses? Because they're the lifeblood of our economy, the cornerstones of our neighbourhoods and the embodiment of countless dreams. Why do we prioritise libraries like the upcoming Dorduck Kep-Up Library and Youth Innovation Hub? Because they're not just buildings filled with books, they're gateways to knowledge, creativity and lifelong learning for all ages. Now the how. How do we make this vision a reality? This budget proposal is a testament to our commitment to you. It's about investing $77 million in capital works projects, including vital road upgrades like Flynn Drive and Lenore Road, ensuring safe and efficient transportation for all. Allocating $4.7 to the very well underway Alkimos Aquatic and Recreation Project, a place where families can connect, children can learn to swim and everyone can enjoy a healthy lifestyle. Continuing the development of Neerabup industrial area, fostering economic growth and creating local job opportunities. Supporting our first responders with upgrades to the emergency service facilities and equipment, ensuring they have resources to keep us safe. Maintaining our commitment to environmental sustainability through initiatives like the Waste Innovation Precinct and upgrades to irrigation systems in our parks. We understand that rising costs are a concern. That's why we've worked diligently as a council to keep the overall rate increase to a modest 3% below the rate of inflation. We've also maintained our commitment to assisting those facing financial hardship through our financial hardship policy. But for the first time in the city's history, a budget that removes administration, interests and fees to pay on a cycle that suits you, supporting those that may be under financial stress as our cost of living relief for households. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the dedicated staff of the City of Wanneroo for their tireless efforts in crafting this budget. A special recognition goes out to Director Nolene Jennings, who has consistently demonstrated her exceptional leadership and expertise in delivering her 10th budget since 2014 at the City, who I'm sure has been working day and night in the lead-up gathering financial data and preparing documents. Additionally, I want to acknowledge the CEO, Bill Parker, for his instrumental role in collaborating with the Council to fully implement service planning, co-designing the operational budget and reprioritising crucial projects such as the Wanneroo Recreation Precinct and Girraween Hub upgrades, which should be shovel-ready projects by the end of the year. Your modern and innovative approach to serving our community is deeply appreciated. Simon Sinek teaches us that leadership is not about being in charge, it's about taking care of those in your charge. This budget is our promise to take care of you, our community. Let's embrace this budget not just as a financial plan, but as a roadmap to a brighter future for Wanneroo, a future where our suburbs thrive, our businesses flourish and our residents prosper. This is our why. This is our shared journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any other councillors want to speak to the budget this evening? Councillor Figg.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to start by saying that I am super excited for the Alkimos Aquatic and Recreation Centre and proud that it is part of this budget with a significant amount of funding for this year. I also wanted to continue by saying that I am proud that we are taking some first steps towards ensuring that we resource our city and our staff to deliver what is an increasingly complex and costly budget. We are growing at rates that are, well, I don't think we've ever seen them before. We get told by our planners how many building applications are coming through, and we're hitting the 600s regularly per month, and we're going to continue to do so for the foreseeable future, and we need to be aware of that. I'm proud of my colleagues and of our staff in delivering a sensible budget which will have us deliver what we are capable of delivering in a year and allow us to scale up in the next few years as we march headfirst into the consequences of our phenomenal growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any other councillor like to speak to the budget? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, one thing I can confidently say about tonight is that every single councillor in this room genuinely cares for our community, the City of Wanneroo. We all bring different perspectives, backgrounds and views, which is incredibly valuable to this chamber. We often see things from different angles, but we all share the same heart for bettering our community. That's why this decision today has been a difficult one for me. Some of us are focused on the future and the projects that we need to accomplish. This is so wise, especially as we are the largest growth council in WA. I respect this forward-thinking vision, and since being elected, I have sat in countless meetings and additional WALGA courses, deliberating over the last 6 months on what to do. We as a council should aim to achieve for our residents and what they expect of us. Over these past few months, I have been speaking to residents, also from door knocking during my campaign to recent conversations across our city. The overwhelming feedback I've received is that the cost of living crisis we're facing right now is overwhelmingly the largest in our residents. Young families, established families, and those later in life on fixed incomes are feeling these pressures immensely. No matter their income, for the past 18 months, Wanneroo residents have known one thing: now more than ever, costs matter. Some families in the City of Wanneroo are sending their children to school hungry, cutting sporting commitments and limiting expenses, not by choice, but because they simply must just to stay above the water. They're having to choose between which bills to pay this month and which ones I need to defer. It's increases in costs that are now playing the greatest factor in their lives of our residents. And I believe as councillors elected to safeguard the financial intentions of our residents. This proposed increase in rates does not, I believe, accurately reflect the community's needs right now, especially for this financial year ahead. In good conscience, I cannot support the budget tonight.
Thank you. Are you still going?
Sorry, I'm not finished. I know that this decision will disappoint some of my colleagues, but as a councillor for the Central East Ward, my intention tonight is not to shadow any hard work or cast shadow on our administration, which I'm so grateful for the hard work they have done and continue to do. Instead, I simply wish to convey my belief that more can be done within our city to greatly reflect the financial relief needed for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Do I have any speakers for the budget? Okay, well, I will exercise my right of reply. So this budget has been a hard work, well-sorted budget, and we provide as a city fantastic services for our community, and we provide fantastic service and walk towards our homeless, towards our people with domestic violence, our new immigrants, our youth, our struggling, as well as those who are running businesses to prosper in our community, so that with a healthy economy and a healthy, prosperous community, people have jobs and they're able to put roofs over their head. We are not able to work around circumstances that are outside our control, which has been COVID and shortage of housing. But what we do have as councillors, and what is our legislative responsibility and our fiduciary responsibility, is to run the business responsibly and providing the services for our community, which we have done in this budget. So therefore, councillors, I ask that you support this budget. Thank you. Councillors, please cast your vote. Two councillors who voted against the budget, which is Councillor Bedworth and Councillor Moore, and the councillors that supported the budget were myself, Deputy Mayor Rowe, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Miles, Councillor Smith, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Seif, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Parker and Councillor Figg. And the budget is now passed. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Herridge, did you have a question?
Yes, Mayor. Do you mind if we do as procedural and move forward PS 030724 for our residents that are left in the gallery?
Yes,
Thanks for sitting through budget.
I don't have a problem with that. Do you have a seconder for that procedural motion? Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillors, please cast your vote to bring that item forward next. And that is passed unanimously. Do I have a move? Councillor Herridge, you're moving that item. Do you have a seconder for that item? You're not moving? Do I have a mover for this item? Councillor Parker, do you want to move this item?
Yes, I don't mind moving. Yes,
Okay.
I will move the item.
Seconder? Yes, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Just one to clarify, sorry if it was talked about before. So if this lapses and then WOPC proceeds with it anyway, and so it still happens as the stopgap, I guess, does it come, is the EPA review and consultation triggered anyway so that it will come back to council for recommendation or not? Because I think that's an important factor for us to consider.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. The only provision in that backstop measure under section 129 is that the Commission consult with the local authority before publishing the notice in the Gazette. So it wouldn't go through the same process as Amendment 215 if it proceeds.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Follow-up question. Acknowledging in one of the deputations, I think they mentioned City of Joondalup. I think in one of their recommendations, I think when they went through consultation, was able to reduce the proposed R zone from 160 to 30, I think from memory. Is it administration's opinion that we could perhaps provide more protection or I guess, recommendations around that if we passed this amendment tonight, as opposed to not going through that process?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. That would be the next stage, yes. So by advertising and progressing with a recommendation to the Commission, there could of course be a recommendation by Council on the nature of any development that might occur on the land in the future.
Deputy Mayor Rowe, you have a question?
No, Mayor, I'll second to get it on the floor.
So, Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this?
I would, thank you. I am voting in support of administration's recommendation. By supporting the recommendation and Amendment 215, the city is demonstrating an understanding and willingness to going to our community through formal consultation to establish whether the land remains rural or zoned urban, and then making that recommendation to the WAPC. Any matters raised in relation to future development will be dealt with at a later stage. Administration at this point is not considering any concept plans or studies by the proponent. I would like to thank the city's administration for the comprehensive report and for the further information provided to myself and other councillors during the course of this week and this evening. As a councillor, I am confident that the city's administration is extremely knowledgeable and we are given all of the relevant facts and the information in order to make a decision. Listening to all of the questions tonight and the concerns tonight, I think I'm more robust in my belief that letting this go through and allowing all of the City of Joondalup, all of the residents to have their say, to then produce it to the WAPC is the best way to go. And that is why I'm supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rowe, do you want to speak to this item?
Only to say, Mayor, that I'm seconding for the sole purpose of bringing it to the floor. I am open to the debate and the discussion that may follow. I think the only acceptable outcomes were either to support, to vote against, or a procedural. I didn't think lapsing was an acceptable outcome, hence why I've seconded it.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against this item? Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you, Mayor. Whenever we make a decision in this chamber, we have to make that decision based on the information provided to us. When we look at that information provided to us, and this is in all respects to administration that they provided this information, we have to look at the credibility of that. Having read the traffic impact statement that was supplied to us to make our decision, I find that it's over a year out of date. I find that the figures in it are not correct. The figures quoted are in fact nearly 1,000 vehicles in Woodvale Drive higher as of May this year than that quoted in the TIA. Crashes are more than doubled at that intersection. As a result, it's already failing. So to push this forward into the view of a commercial process would only add potentially another 6,500 vehicles to that already failing intersection. So as a result of the information provided to me, I can't in good conscience support this.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker for this item? Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. Listening to tonight and our residents that have come in, I've been in two minds, but in the sole answer from what we've had from Mr Bowring, I'm concerned that if we don't actually have this go through, our residents actually won't get a say. So for the pure purpose that for having the consultation come next and then asking for and getting all of the answers that Councillor Bedworth is talking about will come out from that. We then still have another discussion around this table. I can't justify voting no for this in not allowing our residents to actually have a say because they haven't had that yet.
Is there a speaker against this item? Councillor Wright, are you against this item?
No. I'll declare an impartiality for the sake of it, as it is a planning matter, so I do want to tread carefully. I'll read off the card, if that makes sense. With regard to item PSO30724, I disclose that in the report it mentions crash statistics. Out of the 7 incidents, I am one who has lodged an incident report as I was involved in an accident a year ago. So just in case, I don't want anyone thinking I've influenced the process, but as a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a speaker against this item? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I do not support it. Last week when I was asking questions of administration, I had concerns over what is, as I said last week, just starting the process will have an impact on what we have is a very cherished and very valuable piece of heritage for the city of Wanneroo. Also reading the report again prior to tonight and understanding some of the traffic impact assessment stuff, it's clearly going to impact on that site, it's clearly going to impact on that intersection, and it's clearly going to impact on Woodvale Drive where our residents are. Now, if the State Planning Commission wishes to just gazette the land straight into urban deferred, the proponent's still going to need to put in a local structure plan. We get that. They're still going to need to put in a DA for approval. We get that. So there are multiple steps still yet to have on this, but I want to make it very clear when I vote against this to the Planning Commission, when they do see this report, they will see it and they will listen to this and understand our grave concerns for that area. It clearly says in the TIA that the road's going to have to be widened. You know, we've already got residents there, our residents, not the Joondalup residents, right on that road front. We've already got other issues in that area. I mean, so, and it already says in the report that the right-hand turn may have to close. I don't have a problem with that because it is obviously a serious impacted area and it probably should only be a left in, left out anyway. But that's yet to be decided down the line. So for me, I believe our residents and the community as a whole, because it is a state planning commission, not just a City of Wanneroo one, I believe there will be plenty of time to have that consultation, and I'm sure that the Department of Wildlife, who obviously maintain Yelagonda, will also have their say in whether they're going to lose another bit of their land to make Woodvale Drive wider and also to make what is effectively a private driveway a gazetted road. I'm not supporting any of that, and I'm just making my stance at the very beginning of the process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Do I have a speaker for? You want to ask a question? No, declaration. Oh, declaration. Okay, Councillor Huntley.
Are you the second accident? I'm not the second accident, no. But I am the president of the Wanneroo Historical Society, so under PSO 30724, with regard to this item, as the president of the Historical Society, Cockman House is a major historical item for us all, and so I just disclose that for that reason, as a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected, and I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Do I have a speaker for? Do you have a question, Councillor Seif? A declaration? Go ahead, Councillor Seif.
Seeing as we're declaring anyone who's associated with the Historical Society, I hereby disclose that I am a member of the Historical Society, and I too greatly value Cockman House and Yelagonga actually, and consider both of those items to be in the common good for the good of the community. I disclose as a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker for this item? Yes, you have a question, Councillor Parker.
Please, just before I forget, I just wanted to go back to something. Mr. Baring, please confirm the traffic impact assessment that has been suggested by the proponent, which is in the report, is not supported by the city, and there will be traffic impact assessments in the future.
Mr. Baring.
Thank you, Mayor. That's correct. The traffic impact statement prepared was paid for by the proponent, and their consultants carried out that work. That work has not been put through a detailed assessment by the city because at this stage, that's not, as I've said earlier tonight, that's not material to the proponent. It's important that Council is aware that the amendment itself, initiating the amendment, is the beginning step of assessing the appropriate land use that should be allocated to the site, and whether or not development is capable of commencing on that site. At the moment, as rural land, it doesn't have significant development potential. A rezoning of that, subject to an urban zoning in the MRS, introduces these issues, which are all addressed through that structure planning phase.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker for this item? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sort of tossing and turning here, and I guess at the end of the day, the two decisions in front of us are to either let it go to the gatekeeper straight away, or let the residents have a say through a public consultation process. And I'd rather it have another report come to council with that collection of feedback. We'll also give the City of Joondalup time to consider their consultation methods as well with their council and their areas impacted. We'll also get to hear from the Friends of Yellowgonga, as well as hopefully a main road submission to understand what their perspectives are. So I think letting it go to the gatekeeper and running a consultation process, I'm not sure how that would work or how transparent that would be, as opposed to us running that process. So I'd much rather actually have some documented evidence from residences and essentially, and gathering from the feedback from Mr Bowering, that those other reports would be released during that consultation period, which would enable residents to be able to go through that documentation. So I think that is the safest option, at least I know for me anyway, going forward, to make sure that the residents or their concerns are documented in that process. So I think that seems to be the most logical if they're the only two options that are on the table at the moment. So I'd rather not see it go to the gatekeeper and people miss out on that consultation from all those stakeholder groups. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, do I have a speaker against? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can understand where council is coming from, and I can see the issue here. However, we all know what happens on consultation, and we all know that sometimes consultation can be massively against and no one's listened to. So I bequeath you all to really seriously think. We as a council are going to adopt amendment number 215 to the City of Wanneroo District Planning Scheme number 2 if you say yes to this. Now,
Councillor Huntley, I don't think that's correct.
I'm reading it straight out of
Mr Bowering, are we adopting Amendment 215 or are we going out to community consultation on Amendment 215?
Number 1 on the recommendation states, we will be adopting the amendment number 215 to the City of Wanneroo District Planning Scheme number 2 to rezone lot 900. 567 Wanneroo Road. Yeah, it makes a difference. We're still, that is still as number 1. So let me carry on. When the residents have a say, they're going to have a say, but we would have adopted this. So technically, have we removed their power? Because the council is saying yes, and the residents will probably say no. Have we cut the residents' power in half now? And that's what we really need to be very careful of. If we say no to this, I do believe it lapses. Is that true, Mr Bowering?
Mr Bowering, could you please respond to this, please?
Thank you. The recommendation as read out by Councillor Huntley is correct. It's to initiate the amendment. So that is the beginning stage of amending the scheme. So that is precisely what we're being asked to do by the applicant, is to consider whether or not to initiate that amendment process. Now, it doesn't mean that the amendment will be finalised and approved by the Minister, but that it can go through the test of assessment and consideration by the community, by relevant agencies and by council before a recommendation is made to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Can I have an answer to the question, if this fails or lapses, does the whole thing lapse?
Mr Bowring.
Does it stay rural?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Yes, for the time being, unless, as I mentioned previously, the Metropolitan Region Scheme Amendment 1419 progresses, and then there was likely to be a consequential amendment in DPS2 by publication of a notice in the Government Gazette by the West Australian Planning Commission.
Councillor Huntley.
Right, just another question. If that's the case, does that allow us a window to put a structure plan over the top ourselves?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. No, not at this time. A structure plan would require the land to be zoned urban development, which is the proposal before us.
But can we initialise that ourselves rather than the developer themselves?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. As previously stated, yes, councils can initiate a scheme amendment. There needs to be, and that is a decision for council.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Councillor Huntley?
No, I just want to carry on and say, so therefore, councillors, please do bear this in mind when you vote. You are voting with, unfortunately, those words are sitting there on number 1, and that is what the department are going to see. So please, please consider what you are doing before you do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers for? Councillor Deputy Mayor Rowe has a question.
Yeah, I realise I've already spoken to the item, Mayor, so I'm going to frame this as a question so I don't have to be sanctioned. So just reflecting on some of the discussion around traffic impact assessment and whether or not we support the actual development, through yourself, Mayor, the recommendation is in 6 parts and none of those parts refer to approval of any proposed development or alternatively accepting or adopting a traffic impact assessment. I understand they're referred to in the body of the report, I understand they're referred to in the attachments, but we vote on the actual recommendation that's before us over 2 pages. Can I ask for clarification, Mayor, from yourself through the administration? It's not referred to in the recommendation that we're voting on.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. That is correct.
Do you have another question, Deputy Mayor Rowe?
I do, because it feels as if there's 2 potential options here, either support this recommendation or don't. If we don't support this recommendation, Mayor, and then what Mr Bowring was saying, that the WAPC proceeds by gazetting the MRS amendment, if that happens, the WAPC is not obliged to consult with the local community. Therefore, the residents, both within the City of Joondalup and the City of Wanneroo, would not have a formal avenue for consultation. Am I correct in that, or have I got the wrong end of the stick?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. No, that's correct. It would simply be a consequential amendment.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Miles?
Yeah, thank you. Just 2 questions. This is just to go back to what was just answered to the Deputy Mayor. If all of the attachments that we have in this report are not required for us to make a decision, then why are they placed in the report?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. As detailed in the report, that background information is provided by the applicant to illustrate their intent for the rezoning. It's information that is useful for understanding the context of why the applicant is progressing Amendment 215. However, it's not directly material to the actual initiation of the amendment because those details would then be assessed in detail at a subsequent stage.
Thank you. You have another question, Councillor Miles?
Yeah, I could go on, but I'm not going to. But my next one would be, Mr Bowring, you suggested that the Minister, through the Commission, could just adopt the MRS process. Does that mean the residents of this area will need to go to their local members to also speak to their offices, which I think would be Jessie Destoyer, Margaret Quirk and probably Sabine Winton, and go to those offices and protest that they don't want this? Would that be the case?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. The channels for the members of Parliament are, I guess, always open to the public to express their concerns about any matter, including amendments to the Metropolitan Region Scheme.
Thank you. I think Councillor Moore had a question first before I go to you, Councillor Smith. Did you have a question, Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, can I have a piece of paper? If we are not adopting amendment number 215 to the City of Wanneroo District Planning Scheme 2, can we take number 1, make an amendment to take just number 1 out?
Mr. Barry?
Because it says there that it adopts amendment 215 to the City of Wanneroo District Planning Scheme.
Mr. Bowring?
Thank you, Mayor. No, that would render the amendment process functionally incorrect and would not constitute a recommendation that we could use, that the Planning Commission could use. So it is tantamount to not supporting initiation of Amendment 215.
Councillor Smith, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Before I tried to ask a question that would clarify the question of consultation for the community, and Deputy Mayor brought it up again, but I also refer back to what Councillor Miles said, and if I can direct a question to Director Bowring in regards to if a structure plan came, if it was gazetted, then we would receive a structure plan and or a DA application. Can you confirm that during those processes, if they happened, would there be any opportunity for community consultation, and how much? Thanks.
Mr. Bowring.
Thank you. So, Mayor, for the question, the initial rezoning would be subject to public consultation first, and then a recommendation of council. Assuming that Amendment 215 gains final approval of the Minister, a structure plan could then be lodged, and that would then have its similar public consultation processes, because that is a more detailed plan than a scheme amendment, and would provide that level of information that the community and councillors are concerned about. That information then is assessed by the various agencies, administration, the public, and then a recommendation can be made to the Planning Commission. The Commission can also receive information and deal with it in their assessment and determination process as well. So that's the structure planning phase. Following that is subdivision and development. Subdivision generally is not a process subject to public consultation. However, because that follows structure planning. Development applications, depending on the nature of applications, whether they be commercial or residential, may or may not require public consultation.
Thank you, Mr. Bowring. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm up to for or against. Who spoke against last? I think nearly everyone has spoken. Does anyone else want to speak to this item? Because if not, I will give the Councillor Parker the right of reply. You've already spoken to it. Please make it quick.
Cockman House, can you give me an idea of how fragile Cockman House is and whether there are issues with the foundational walling of the home already, and whether compaction of any site nearby will have a serious effect on Cockman House?
This, Mr. Bowring.
Thank you, Mayor. Fortunately, I'm not familiar with the particular state of the structure. However, I can say that any construction works in the vicinity requires and would necessitate dilapidation reports being undertaken by anyone undertaking that construction to ensure there isn't damage to adjoining properties. This being a heritage property, those matters would be highlighted by the city at the time of being made aware of any development likely to commence on the site in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, would you like your right of reply?
I don't think there's anything further to add. But I do honestly believe that by supporting this recommendation this evening, in no way could council detrimentally affect the structure plan. So thank you very much for the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, cast your vote on this item. Okay, the item is lost. Councillor Seif, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Moore, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Miles, Councillor Smith and Councillor Coetzee voted against it. Myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Parker and Councillor Figgs supported it. So therefore, I would like to do a motion now to cease the meeting for about 10 minutes, to have a 10-minute break. Do I have a seconder to have a break? Yes. You need to go to the toilet, don't you? So Councillor Miles seconds it. Can I have a vote to have a 10-minute break? And we will reconvene at 9:05. Councillor Huntley and Councillor Moore and Councillor Coetzee, I need your votes. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, please take your chairs now. We are just on air. And councillors, I will move to open the meeting again. Do I have a seconder to reopen the meeting? Yes, Councillor Herridge. That's okay. And I just want to announce that Councillor Huntley has left the meeting this evening. So we're now down. Oh, is she coming back? Well, we've been advised she's not coming back. Besides that, she's not in the room for the meeting now. Okay, so opening the door, we are at 4, 5, 6. We need 12. And we have 12 and there are 12 councillors in the room. Can I have a motion to go through to ASO 1, a mover to go through to ASO 10724 because we have a resident in the room about that. Moved Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Miles. We bring that straight to the agenda now. Do I have a mover and seconder for the substantive? Sorry? Oh, sorry, we'll vote on the procedural. We will go, yes. Okay, and so that's supported by all the councillors. Do I have a mover and seconder for the substantive? Moved Councillor Miles, seconded Councillor... Substantive, not the alternative. Okay, do I have a mover or seconder for ASO 1724? If I have I'll give it 2 goes. Do I have a mover and seconder for ASO 10724? And for the third and last time, a mover and seconder for ASO 10724. As such, I think the substantive falls to the ground and we have an alternative. You have a mover, Councillor Wright, you've moved the alternative. Who's the seconder?
Yes, Councillor Miles.
Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to the alternative, please?
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Just in regards to, I won't reiterate too much, it's a pretty common sense alternative, and I know in many of your wards around the city there are similar issues around that. I know that the financial implications being $300 is not very much to this council, but it will have a great impact within the suburb of Hocking. And as stated before, there are various regulations in the traffic code, the road traffic code, that prohibit the styles or ways or creativeness of parking on roads, and I think that is important to address. And I know that since last week's briefing session, there have been a number of residents that have reached out to me around that area expressing similar concerns. So I hope that we can address this on this street. And I hope that eventually that subdivision process can take its process so that street can connect up with the adjoining street. So councillors, I would commend the alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Miles, do you want to speak to this amendment?
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, Mayor. The alternate does obviously articulate exactly what the petitioners were asking for of properties 15 and 20. The Director of Assets and Infrastructure has indicated it will only cost him $300 to put 2 poles and 2 signs up. So I'm very supportive of the application that's been asked by the residents and support the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against the alternate? I have a declaration, Deputy Mayor Rowe.
I know, I have much to declare tonight, Mayor. We're 3 hours in. True. With regard to this item, which is ASO 107-2024, I disclose that I'm employed within the office of Margaret Quirk, who is mentioned in the report, who the lead petitioner had correspondence with. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider the matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against this alternative? If there are no speakers against this alternative, councillors, please cast your vote. And the alternative is passed unanimously. So you are going to get the no parking street signs worth a whole $300. So there you go, darling, enjoy. Let's hope that helps with your parking problems. Have a good evening. You've had a long wait. Nine-eye. Okay, can I have a mover to go back to the agenda proper to PSO 10724? Moved Deputy Mayor Rowe, seconded Councillor Wright. Please, can we have a vote to go back to the agenda as ordered? Okay, and that was one more. Yeah, one more, Councillor Wright. Okay, that was passed unanimously. We now go to PSO 10724, preparation of amendment number 222 to District Planning Scheme number 2, normalisation of land in the Jindalee North Agreed Local Structure Plan number 88 area. Do I have a mover? Councillor Figg, do I have a seconder? Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor. It's pretty straightforward.
Councillor Coetzee.
Don't have much to say. It's just that it's a brilliant area.
Do I have a speaker against this? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. If we've got an issue technically, can we just do a show of hands so that we know it? Yeah, let's just do it. If you're supportive, put your hands up. It's not coming up on our board there. Have you got it up there? I haven't got it on mine. Oh, I've got it on mine now. 12, passed unanimously. We now go to item PSO 20724, review of local planning policy 2.5, telecommunications infrastructure. Do I have a mover for this? Deputy Mayor Rowe, seconder. Councillor Miles. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item? Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And it is passed unanimously. We now go to ASO 20724, the tender 23201 for the Kingsway Recreational Sporting Complex, renew netball court surface and floodlighting for the West Courts. There are confidential attachments. If you want to discuss them, we have to go behind closed doors. Do I have a mover and do I have a seconder? Moved, Councillor Herridge, seconded. Councillor Seif. Sorry, I didn't see your hand there, Councillor Seif. Councillor Herridge, do you want to speak to this item?
Just quickly, thank you, Mayor. Go the South West Board, some money in our patch. This is awesome. The netball courts definitely need this. Yes, let's just vote.
Do you want to talk to this?
Love netball courts, they're great. No.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, a speaker against. If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your votes. And that's passed unanimously. We now go to ASO 30724, response to petition PTO 10524, requesting that council rescinds its decision made at the ordinary council meeting on 23rd of April 24 to remove its Agrofolia costata tree in the street verge of 8 Cordelia Place, Alexander Heights. This is just finalising the report to the petition. Mover, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Seconder, Councillor Herridge. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this?
I know we are hurrying along, Mayor, and I've already given him a shout out tonight, but I'm going to give a second shout out to Mr Shettleburrow because the way in which him and his team approached residents who were quite frustrated and involved in this process was highly commendable. They were patient and diligent the whole way through. So I do want to acknowledge the team in Parks and Gardens because I think they were brilliant from start to finish with talking to residents.
Thank you. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
Just quickly, Mayor, just to say thank you again to the team. They were awesome. They weren't just awesome on the resident side with the street, but also with these guys that actually popped the petition through. I think we've come a long way since the last couple of months with trees, and the discussion has been awesome. I'm just hopeful that we stick to our policy next time.
Thank you. Any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed. I'm missing one. Unanimously. Okay, we go to item CPO 10724, Wanneroo Recreation Centre Upgrade Project Working Group. Do I have a mover? Councillor Smith, a seconder. Councillor Miles. Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We're looking at the terms of reference tonight, but I just wanted to speak as well to the working group, because in the context of tonight's agenda, we do have a couple of items on which are talking about the existence of working groups. So just to clarify that as well, while we do have one later on that will talk about the existence of or creating a group for looking at a number of different strategic projects, this one is supported by administration to be started now because we want to continue having the ball rolling on the work, and then it can be amalgamated at a later point with that one. So I just wanted to clarify that. In speaking to it, I just also want to make a slight amendment to point 2, which says and up to 4 councillors, and change that to 7. For the reason that oftentimes with smaller working groups, you support the local ward councillors being on those groups. But as being somebody that has been, I think, a bit of a driving force for the creation of this group, I would love to be a part of this kind of pilot group that's looking at this area and how council can be a bit more involved in these strategic projects. So I would love the chance to be considered to be part of that, but also allow the local ward councillors to be part of that as well. So if I could...
Can I just ask Councillor Miles, are you happy to change it to 7 councillors instead of 4?
Definitely.
Okay. Understanding that this is to get it going sooner when we have the strategic group coming later. Would you like to speak to this item, Councillor Smith, seeing you're moving it?
Yes. So once again, I think I have explained it a little bit already. It's not a complex one. It's once again just to allow the local ward councillors, as per previous working groups, but also to allow other people who, including myself, who are really interested in this area of seeing a little bit more work with some councillors to do with these strategic projects in terms of tightening some of the areas specifically to do with escalating costs or scope of plans. So, yeah, that's my pitch for increasing it to 7 councillors. Thank you.
Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do support the whole concept of the working group, and obviously it does tie into what we are attempting to do as far as having our buildings for community use fit for purpose, and making sure that not only while we're doing fit for purpose builds, that we're making sure that we're doing best practice as far as buildings that aren't having some very high escalation costs, bearing in mind obviously what's been going on in the past in the building industry, and I know local governments across the whole sector have been impacted by that, and where you're having to sometimes curtail design and what is needed while still maintaining a budget. This working group is obviously going to be needing to get this facility up and running from a design point of view, and that's why the Chief Executive Officer is happy to see this working group start soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there's a place for 7 councillors. I'm going to give an option for those to put their hands up that want to be on it. I'm on it because I'm the mayor, but there's 7 councillors. Councillor Miles, would you like to be on this? Councillor Smith. So I've got Miles, Smith, just a minute. Moore, Huntley, and Bedworth, Right. So we've got room for one more councillor if they want to go on. See. So unless there's anyone who has a burning desire, there's 7 councillors, Councillor Miles, Councillor Smith, Councillor Moore, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Wright, pardon me, and Councillor Seif, and being the Mayor, I'm on it as well. So that's the updated recommendation, if the mover and seconder are happy with that. And so therefore I ask councillors to do your vote, please.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes?
I did have a question, if I can.
Oh, what's your question?
The mover and speaker obviously didn't say much in terms of that, but I just wanted to ask a question in regards to, I'm trying to word it in a way that's not in breach of the standing orders, but I'm interested to know from the mover and seconder the intention behind the working groups. I know there is another motion coming up as well in regards to the setup of these. I'm just wanting to understand more the clarification of these working groups, and from the mover and seconder's speech, it was in regards to changing designs and that sort of technical aspect of it, which I know is operational. I guess the question is that part of our role in those working groups to administration?
Mr CEO?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I'll attempt to answer this as best I can. I have no hesitation in terms of moving forward with this particular working group. This project is, in my opinion, time sensitive. So I know that we have an item coming up soon that makes reference to a strategic projects working group, which I fully support as well. But I don't think we can afford to wait until, was it August or September? October.
October is the terms of reference come back.
When that particular document comes back to council. So there's a number of months of which we can get stuff done. I think for anyone that's participated in the Aquatic Centre working group, there's input at all different levels. Not necessarily, we've been out and we've done a needs analysis. But it comes down to, informing council along the journey in terms of the detailed design and how that's progressing, seeking some guidance at different times upon things that come up. Do you go left? Do you go right? It's a group that we seek feedback from without obviously making decisions. And I think there's a lot of work that can be done prior to the strategic working group being formed in a couple of months' time.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against this recommendation as written now with 7 councillors, including Councillor Miles, Smith, Moore, Huntley, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Wright, Councillor Seif and myself as Mayor on the committee? If I have no speakers against, councillors, I ask that you cast your vote on this recommendation. Thank you. Passed unanimously. We now go to CP 020724, State and Federal Funding Commitments, Wanneroo Showgrounds Club Room Extension. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved, Councillor Wright. Seconded, Councillor Miles. Councillor Wright, do you want to speak to this?
I guess to only add, obviously, the Wanneroo Showgrounds is our asset, so any commitments to this facility is obviously a bonus for us. But I do, I guess, tread with caution around if this project does go out of budget and how that will affect going forward. So I hope that we can keep the project tight in scope still, but still deliver an optimal clubroom extension to enable the reasons of why the grant was given in the first place. So I just do tread with a bit of caution, but I know that there are many user groups down there that will benefit from this clubroom extension. So I'm comfortable with moving this for the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Miles, do you want to speak to this item? Okay, do I have a speaker against it? If there's no speaker against it, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We go to CPO 30724, Review of the Community Engagement Policy. Sorry, do we have a mover for this item? Councillor Smith, do we have a seconder? Councillor Parker. Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Community engagement involves a lot of communication, and communication is one of the core, I guess, tenets of a relationship, and our relationship with our community is vital, and so our community engagement policy has a big part to play in that. I am very supportive of this policy, but I also know in any area we can always work on our communication and our consultation, and so I look forward to us as a city putting our best foot forward and striving to communicate as best as possible and consult as best as possible with our community to have really good relations. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Parker, would you like to speak to this item?
Nothing further to add. Very happy with the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a speaker against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that's passed unanimously. We now go to CSO 10724, the financial activity statement for the period ended the 31st of May 24. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Moved Councillor Figg, seconded Councillor Herridge. Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Do I have a speaker against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. Passed unanimously. We now go to transactional finance, CSO 30724. Do I have a mover for the warrant of payments for the period to the 31st of May 24? Councillor Seif, a seconder. Councillor Smith. Councillor Seif, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to this? Do I have a speaker against? There's no speaker against. Councillors, please cast your vote. Pardon me. Passed unanimously. We now go to CSO 40724, the Customer Experience Policy. Do I have a mover for this policy, please? Councillor Wright, do I have a seconder? Councillor Seif. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this policy?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Seif, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Do I have a speaker against this item? If there's no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item CSO 50724, the proposed agreement for lease and ground lease to the Northern Suburbs Men's Shed Incorporated over a portion of Reserve 28058, 100 Kingsway, Madeley, Kingsway Regional Sporting Complex. Do I have a mover for this item? Deputy Mayor Rowe and a seconder, Councillor Herridge. Councillor Rowe, Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this?
I've got that third declaration of the nightmare. I've got the lotto at the moment. So with regard to this item being CSO 607 2020, no, that's not the one. CSO 50724, the lease to the men's shed, I acknowledge that employed within the office of Margaret Quirk. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare I will consider the matter on its merits and vote accordingly. A couple of comments in moving this. I think it should be acknowledged that the committee of the men's shed has done some considerable work as of late to really try and progress this proposal. They've worked rather collaboratively with the city, so we should acknowledge up in the back corner Mr Greer there and his team because, and also Katie Russell as well, because they've been working with the shed ever since 2021 to be able to progress this. We've obviously seen the Wildflower Society progress beyond a ground lease on the same site in a different tenancy. It will be great to see that vacant land, which the city is now progressing, if not almost completed, the car park access road, it'll be great to see that site realised as a community hub of activity.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
Deputy Mayor Rowe took all of my thunder, so I'll just say ditto. Very excited to see this finally coming through. It's been a number of years in the making. It's fantastic to have the Wildflower Society on the same lot, and then hopefully someone will get to match. Thank you.
Awesome. Do I have a speaker against this? If there are no speakers against it, councillors, please cast your vote. Someone's missing. Passed unanimously. We now go to item CSO 60724, reappointment of a council member as a deputy delegate to Catalina Regional Council. Do I have a councillor nominating from the floor to be deputy delegate to Catalina Regional Council? Councillor Seif? Okay, if no one else, does anyone else want that position? No one else wants that position, then the recommendation will read that council appoints the following council member to Catalina Regional Council as per its term of reference, Deputy Delegate Councillor Seif. Do I have a mover and seconder for Councillor Seif? Moved, Councillor Wright, seconded, Councillor Rowe. Do you want to speak to this, Councillor Wright?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Do you want to speak to it, Deputy Mayor Rowe?
No, only to congratulate in advance my ward councillor on taking on this very important job.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Do I have a speaker against this recommendation? If there are no speakers against this recommendation, please, councillors, cast your vote. One more. Oh, we got it. 12 unanimously passed. So we go to governance and legal, which is CEO 10724, which is the review of legal representation and costs indemnification policy. Do I have a mover? Are you moving it, Councillor Wright, or declaring an interest? You're moving it. Okay, so Councillor Wright is moving it. Do I have a seconder? Anyone for a seconder? Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important to thank our governance team for the work that's been done on this policy. It's definitely a very sexy policy, might I say. Definitely with some good details in there. So I urge Council to support this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
I don't think I can follow that.
Do I have a speaker against this item? No speakers against this item. Councillors, cast your vote. Passed unanimously. We now go to item 9, which is motions on notice. And the first motion on notice is MN 010724, and that is my motion on notice, and the seconder is Councillor Wright. And it's a proposal to create a strategic projects working group. With the growth of the City of Wanneroo, it is important that all councillors have the opportunity to be fully informed about the strategic projects throughout the city. Under the Local Government Act, councillors represent the whole district and need to be abridged and informed throughout the progression of these projects to make informed decisions. We have quite a few working groups, with each having some councillors on, so when decisions need to be made, the information given in the working groups needs to be represented to all of council, which creates double handling. A strategic projects working group, with all councillors included, gives the opportunity of councillor input, feedback and information for informed decision making. The intention is for the terms of reference to include the criteria for a strategic project and when a strategic project no longer needs to be part of the working group, which I imagine would probably be after the tender is awarded. This will stop the need for a motion on notice to commence a working group or a recommendation to commence a working group and then another recommendation at the end to disband a working group, because this would change under the terms of reference of the strategic overarching working group. Councillors, I ask that you support this motion on notice and that the terms of reference will be brought back to Council by October, and I'm sure we will discuss them in a forum in the meantime to nut them out to make sure they're suitable for all of us. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for putting the motion on notice to Council. It is definitely a very sensible approach moving forward, particularly as our city grows and the amount of strategic projects we'll consider, not only of the lifespan of this council sitting around the table now, but the future councils that come after us. And particularly as our northern suburbs grow, East Wanneroo grows, and our existing suburbs with higher density, there will definitely be more rejigging that needs of our existing facilities and assets. I think it's crucial that we streamline our process. At the moment, it seems to be a lot of duplication that's happening, bouncing between forums, bouncing between working groups, bouncing between briefing sessions, deferring motions. I think it can be quite complex. So I think having one group, which will not only save time for the administration and councillors, there is definitely a cost savings through that process in itself of having staff only stay back for one meeting instead of 2 or 3, as well as within the documentation process, there's only one set of minutes and agendas that councillors have to look through, and definitely in terms of improving our decision making, having all directorates and all councillors on that will be a good thing going forward to build trust, but also make sure that everyone has a say on those important strategic projects across the district. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Do I have a speaker against this item? Do you have a question or are you speaking against? Councillor Smith?
Just a question, thank you. I note in the administration comment, it made comment regarding, for example, the Queen's Rocks Caravan Park Working Group, and is that it's in its near completion working group. And I did have a conversation with the CEO earlier about the recommendation, which number 2 says, directs administration to plan for the following working groups to be integrated into the strategic projects working group. I just want to get clarification about how direct that recommendation is, or whether we need to make it a little bit more flexible to, say, consider integrating these groups. So when they're looking at what groups are best and most suited, considering if we're taking into consideration if there's community members and things like that, So to reiterate my question, do we need to provide a little bit more flexibility in that one for the groups? Thank you.
I think the terms of reference will clarify that. I understand the Queen's Rocks Caravan Park, according to Ms Jennings, is ready to come off as a working group, and normally we would have a recommendation to close the working group. But the idea of this is that any working groups that are still going come under the covering of the strategic working group and under that terms of reference. And at this point in time, the Queen's Rocks Caravan Park Redevelopment Working Group hasn't come to us to be disbanded yet, has it, Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. We're just waiting for a particular progress point before we do that. So, and once it gets to a certain stage, then we'll actually go through that process.
So if that sits under the strategic project overarching working group and the terms of reference are approved, and it does say when it gets to a certain stage it can come off, that means it doesn't have to come back to council to come off it. So that's part of that rationale. Would you agree with that, Mr CEO?
Thank you, Mayor. In part, I think because we're going away to develop a terms of reference and essentially we're setting a bar, some of those projects A, B, C and D may not meet that threshold. So I think to be absolutely clear, and with the blessing of the Mayor and the seconder, that the wording there perhaps should be directs administration to consider for the following working groups to be integrated into the strategic projects working group. And you've given 4 examples there of the sorts of projects. I don't know how high that bar is going to be set, but just to avoid any confusion moving forward, I think the word consider, with your blessing, Mayor, would be more appropriate.
I agree. You happy, Councillor Wright? Okay, that's fine. So we change it to consider. Do you have another question? Okay. Yes, Councillor Miles?
Yeah, I did have some questions, and whilst I appreciate and understand what yourself and Councillor Wright are wanting to do, my concern is about the practicality of this strategic working group. So if I have a look at and I know we're only using those and considering those that are listed up there, but the Neerabup Industrial Working Group is a group that is looking after the Neerabup Industrial Area that has external people on it as well as internal people. That tends to meet on a Thursday during business hours. So I'm trying to understand when you would have this meeting so all of the 15 councillors can be involved as well.
So this is part of the terms of reference that we as council will get together and work out, and it's quite possible that our working groups that have external members on, which include the Yanchep Lagoon Working Group, might not be able to be part of it. But the overarching strategic working groups that have councillors on, they will come under. But we will work out the terms of reference as we go through it, and it will come back to us at forum. So we're just doing it.
And I understand that this is asking administration to set up a terms of reference. But the other point also, the Alkimos Aquatic and Recreation Centre, for instance, that meets 4 o'clock on a Tuesday. It's usually over within 30 to 40 minutes. But I still bring it back to how is it going to form? Does that mean that this meeting will need to take place from 6 p.m. on a Tuesday or a Monday to discuss whatever projects are in that working group? I just need to understand where administration might need to take care of it, because if you're taking some of these off, which meet earlier in the day, because not everybody needs to attend them, how you're going to still keep all councillors informed that may not be able to go because they're at work.
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor Miles. I think this particular working group needs to be considered in the overall context of the city's governance framework, which you'll be discussing soon. When you look at what's been listed there, some of these items often come to forum and come as an individual item, and we request feedback through the forum process. So I think what you're going to see is you're probably going to see the forum shift to be more of a strategy and policy type of forum, seeking council's guidance. And most of these strategic projects will sit in this particular format. So it's a matter of us sitting down when we're developing the terms of reference, looking at our calendar across the year and actually working out how this meeting group is going to fit with all the other commitments that council's got. So I think it's a bit early to say exactly how until we've set that bar and we actually know how many projects are on the list.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, but again, even asking you to go away and do some work on something that I'm unsure how it practically is going to work. I know you've got some up there that we're considering, but because some of those meet during the day and also 4 o'clock, as I say, like other meetings, I don't want another 4-hour meeting during the week to discuss 5 or 6 strategic working projects that are in this group. That's the issue I have. A half an hour, 40 minutes is the right time to have a meeting, but to have 4 or 5 items come before us on an evening, it's going to be very taxing for a councillor as well as administration.
I can assure you, Councillor Miles, I also don't want another 4-hour meeting once a week. So we'll take all of that into consideration. And look, I think we're going to have to set the bar quite high. And I know there's an appetite for councillors to get involved in all sorts of projects, but I think if you're going to have a very efficient group looking at strategic projects, the bar's going to be quite high. So it'll be interesting to see how many projects actually sit on that list at the end of the day and how that fits in with the rest of the governance framework.
Do I have a speaker against? Do I have a speaker for? Councillors, I ask that you cast your vote. And I declare the motion on notice is passed with 1 councillor against, which is Councillor Miles. Everyone else supported it. Thank you, councillors. We now go to item on the supplementary agenda. We go to MN 020724, Councillor Miles, Open Spaces Master Plan Project Working Group 1. Councillor Miles, do you have a seconder for this?
Just before I go to requesting a seconder or even me moving it, one of the questions I asked administration while we were compiling this, and the need for this to be here tonight was because if council remembers at the former last OCM, I actually deferred the Alkimos Regional Open Space Master Plan until August. What I suggested to the CEO, if I can get an indication whether administration is happy to push that back further while we wait for the T's and C's on the strategic working group. So I haven't received any notification from anybody to say that administration is happy to push that Alkimos Regional Open Space back. So I don't know whether the CEO's got an answer tonight.
Mr CEO?
Look, I probably will have to defer that to Ms Davis to see whether she's got an update. I mean, off the top of my head, I don't think there'd be an issue with the administration pushing that back to coincide. There would probably just need to be an understanding amongst the elected group that we may miss that deadline as a result of the decision that was made by council, but it certainly wouldn't be the first time that a date has been missed due to, you know, the agreement of the group or a set of extraordinary circumstances that apply. But I think I'll just double check with Ms Davis, and if she's unsure, I think we'll say that we're going to be able to push it back.
Ms Davis?
Thank you, councillors, and thank you through to the Mayor. Absolutely nothing further to add. Agree with what the CEO has just mentioned to you all.
Councillor Miles?
Look, and thank the CEO and Director Davies for that, because obviously I don't then need to move it. But however, out of caution, I'm protecting my right. I need to ask, because I deferred the item at the last OCM till August, does that mean, because council made a decision to defer it, that it has to automatically come back?
Mr CEO.
To our legal?
So is that asking me or are you asking... I think what you've done, if I look at the intent of your motion, it was to go away and gather more information and bring it back to council. And that will happen. It will come back to council. Now, it may come via the Strategic Project Working Group, or it may come directly to council, depending on timing, whatever the case may be. But I think the only part of that resolution of council that may not be met is the August date that we may not meet, because we're essentially agreeing to push it back a little bit.
Councillor Wright, you have a question?
I guess going on the point of that, and with my governance hat on, would it be possible maybe then to do a procedural motion that this strategic project be presented as the first item for the strategic working group? Because then you've got a council resolution that overrides a previous one, so you've got formal documentation.
I think actually we'd have to rescind the original council motion to be able to do it. Yeah, but would that be correct, Ms Coles? Ms Coles?
The other option would be to bring a report to the August council meeting just saying that that particular consideration be deferred until this working group has been established. So you don't have to rescind that decision. We're actually coming back with a report and then you make another decision on that.
Yep.
You happy
thank
with
you.
that,
I knew
Councillor
that's
Miles?
why you're on the top table. So with that in mind, Mayor, I'm happy not to move my notice of motion as of providing the undertaking by the CEO he's carried out that they don't enact anything with the department to try and take that land before we've made some decisions on the Alkimos Regional Open Space.
Mr CEO?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We couldn't at an administrative level seek to do anything with the land in any case without coming to council, so there are some protections there.
Thank you. So because that motion on notice is withdrawn, we now go...
Mayor, can I just say to councillors, this wasn't late. The Mayor had to approve it late. It was forgotten between the changes over, so that's why it came in that supplementary detail.
Yes, that's correct. It was told to us previously. Item 10, urgent business. There is none. Item 11, confidential. The ordinary council meeting now moves into confidential session. For the next item, can I have a mover and seconder to go behind closed doors? Moved Councillor Seif, seconded Councillor Herridge. Could we please vote to go behind closed doors? Thank you. Missing someone. Councillor Figg, you haven't voted. We now can go behind closed doors. I am trying to get through this. Okay, for item CRO 10724, the CEO performance review, the recommendation that was supported unanimously by all councillors in the room is that Council 1 adopts the CEO key performance indicators for the period 1st of July 24 to 30th of June 25 as set out in attachment 2. 2, notes the statutory requirements for undertaking the annual review of the CEO's performance. And 3, adopts the CEO performance review policy as set out in attachment 3 in accordance with the model standards for CEO recruitment, performance and termination. So item 12, the date of the next meeting. The next council members briefing session has been scheduled for 6 p.m. on Tuesday the 6th of August 2024 to be held at the Council Chambers, Civic Centre, 23 Dundebar Road, Wanneroo. Item 13 is the closure, and I declare the meeting closed at 9:55. Here we go.